Chapter 1462. When the purple-clothed girl was making the most important decision in her life. Luo Tian had already returned to Cloud Mist College's seat. However, he wasn't sitting, nor was he standing. Instead, he was squatting with his hands on his head. Speak. Where are the clothes you're wearing? Did you do something bad again? Speak. Where did the rouge on your face come from? Did you fool around with that woman again? Are you going to speak or not? If you don't, we won't be polite to you anymore. The four girls were incomparably fierce. Even Huang Fuju, an elder, didn't dare to easily suppress them for fear of being implicated. Not to mention Fatty Lu, Lindong, and Tang San, they had already run far away. Luo Tian squatted on the ground and said, I didn't do anything, in all honesty, you guys are enough. How could I be tempted by other women? In the distance, the angel sent a message. What about me? Luo Tian was about to cry and replied, Don't join in the fun. Do you think this place isn't chaotic enough and the refining competition is about to begin? I still don't know what to do. He had already used up all his cultivation coins. How could an Emperor Realm powerhouse like Huang Fuju have so many cultivation coins on him? All the cultivation coins had been taken by Luo Tian. Without cultivation coins, he couldn't buy items to increase the level of his forging technique. In other words, he definitely couldn't win this competition. The angel frowned slightly and didn't say anything else. She was the judge, but the giant blood god would definitely not allow her to be biased towards Luo Tian. Once she was biased, it would instead create a reason for him to kill Luo Tian. She had to be very careful with every step she took, and the angel knew this very well. Huang Fuya rolled up her sleeves and put her hands on her waist, looking exactly like a barbarian, and said, You're not going to speak, are you? Sisters serve with the family law. Huh. Luo Tian raised his head slightly and said, Family law? What family law? Why don't I know about it? Humph. While you were away, we set up our own family rules. You don't need to know about them. They're all against you, Huang Fuya said fiercely. The first rule, seducing another woman. Hit. The second rule of the family, if you peek at other women, you will be severely beaten. The third rule of the family is to beat those who make us worry. The fourth rule of the family, if there's a woman outside who doesn't want us to know, use all your strength to beat her up. The fifth rule, all the way up to the 18th rule. Luo Tian was a little confused. He really didn't know how they came up with it. Moreover, the punishments were all beatings. Luo Tian was puzzled. Wei Wei said, It's not good to do it in front of so many people. Why don't we go back to the room tonight and let you guys fight to your heart's content? You still dare to talk glibly? Give him a good beating. Huang Fuya immediately said, then said to Yunming beside her, You guys do it. Why don't you do it? We just agreed that we can't let this hooligan do whatever he wants. If we don't take care of him, maybe one day our beautiful girl team will become a beautiful girl army. Humph. Ha ha ha. Fatty, Lu couldn't help but laugh in the distance. Huang Fuya stared and immediately shouted, Fatty Lu, if you dare to laugh again, I'll strip you of your fart. You won't be able to find a wife for the rest of your life. Humph. Lu Zhan immediately shut up. At this moment, Huang Fuya said again, You guys should do it. Don't feel sorry for him. Anyway, his skin is thick, so it won't hurt him. Yunming gently pulled the corner of Huang Fuya's clothes and said, Someone's coming. Someone's coming? Who is it? Even if someone's coming, we still have to punish them. Before Huang Fuya could finish, she saw a woman wearing Luo Tian's clothes walk towards them. The woman's appearance was absolutely beautiful. Even she couldn't help but like her. The girl in purple came. Wherever she went, 100% of the people turned their heads. Even Mo Lingzi's eyes couldn't help but darken. At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. Why is Ling Zixua here? Why would the Lingtian Business Alliance appear here? Also, she seems to be familiar with Cloud Mist College. Others didn't know. But he, Mo Lingzi, was very clear about the power of the Lingtian Business Alliance. They were an existence that dominated a region in the divine realm. The appearance of the girl in purple caused quite a commotion. What a beautiful chick! Who is this woman? I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Lower your voices. She's someone from the Lingtian Business Alliance. Why would someone from the Lingtian Business Alliance appear here? Also, why does the clothes she's wearing look so familiar? Damn. I was wondering why the Luo Tian didn't wear his jacket when he came. It seems that he gave his jacket to that woman. Look at that woman's hair is a bit messy, and there's a trace of redness on her face. What happened just now? Isn't it enough for this Luo Tian to have 4 delicate beauties? Do you still want us to live? Mo Lingzi's gaze tightened. His gaze couldn't help but look at the blood-colored giant god in the distance. The blood-colored giant god's gaze also tightened. Although the Lingtian Business Alliance is in the business world, its power isn't any weaker than the demon abyss. If she's really related to Luo Tian, then even he had a trace of fear in his heart. Jealousy arose in Huang Fuya's heart. Even if she acknowledged the girl in purple, she still stood in front of Luo Tian and whispered to Luo Tian, "Humph, your little lover has already found her way here. Let's see how long you can quibble for." Luo Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why did she come at this time? Could it be that she was still wearing clothes? The clothes were still on her, so it couldn't be that simple. Huang Fu, you stopped the girl in purple and said, "I don't care who you are, and I don't care what happened just now. I only want you to know that he's our man. Without our permission, he's not allowed to touch any woman." Ling Zixue stopped, looked at Luo Tian, and affectionately said, "Husband, I was wrong." Her voice wasn't loud. However, everyone in the venue was a first-class expert. Even if her voice was softer than a mosquito, they could still hear it. This sentence, "Husband, I was wrong," caused the entire venue to explode. Mo Lingzi nearly fell from his chair as the fury in his heart instantly erupted to the peak. He shouted in a deep voice, "Why didn't you tell me that the people of the Ling Tian Business Alliance had come? Do you know what the Ling Tian Business Alliance represents? You bunch of trash." Extremely furious, San Tianji's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that the people from the Lingtian Business Alliance were here. However, he thought that the Lingtian Business Alliance was only a business alliance and not some big sect or power. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to them. Now, it seemed that he had missed a big power. Huang Fuya was stunned. Qian Qian, Yi Yunming, and Kai Lin were also stunned on the spot. The 4 women looked at Luo Tian and said in unison, "Husband?" It's the end of the month. Everyone, check your tickets. Brothers with tickets, please help us. Old Nyo thanks you. Chapter 1463. Husband. The 4 girls were stunned. They looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was stared at by 8 eyes and couldn't help but turn to look at Huang Fuju. Huang Fuju hurriedly dodged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Just as Luo Tian was about to explain, Huang Fu suddenly held onto Ling Zixue's hand and giggled. "The first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. Congratulations, you are already a member of our beautiful girl squad." Yi Yunmeng extended her right hand and said, "Welcome to the team." "Ha ha ha, another sister. At least you have good taste." Ah, the 4 girls, together with Zixue, immediately became one. Luo Tian was immediately stunned. What's going on? Luo Tian was confused. Once again, he couldn't react. This change was too fast. He thought that the 4 girls were going to make an example out of him. He didn't expect that they would be so familiar with each other. He didn't even know the name of the purple-clothed girl. Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, little sister Ling Zixue. I will definitely unite with you in the future and fight against that big scoundrel together. Look at my chest. It was scratched by him just now. It hurts so much. As Ling Zixue spoke, she revealed a little of her chest, and a few obvious scratches appeared. Humph! 2 ruthless sisters serve him with the family law. We can't let this big scoundrel get away with it. Huang Fuya giggled and said, Zixue, what did you call me just now? Ling Zixue bowed slightly and said, Hello, big sister ya. Big sister ya. Ha ha ha. Huang Fuya was overjoyed. Finally, someone called her big sister. She immediately ran to Luo Tian's side and said fiercely, Brat, if you dare to bully little sister Zixue in the future, I won't forgive you. She's my sister now, do you understand? After saying that, Huang Fuya raised her fist and gestured at Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed bitterly. In the meantime, he secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Zixue. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what your goal is. If you dare to hurt them, I will definitely not let you go. But if you just want to get close to me and do something to me, then go ahead. If that's not the case, and you have something to ask of me, then we have to talk about it tonight. What was her identity? Luo Tian had no idea. However, he could feel the change in Mo Lingzi's expression and the shock of the giant bloody god, which was enough to prove that Ling Zixue's identity was not simple. Even if it had nothing to do with the Infernal Queen, for her to approach him for no reason and be willing to offer her body, such a woman was either adorably silly or terrifyingly scheming. Luo Tian liked beautiful women. Ling Zixue, a top-grade beauty, liked it even more. But it didn't mean that he thought with his lower body. There were too many things and people that he had to protect now. Er's accident and the poison on Yi Yunming's face were all reminders that he had to be careful. Ling Zixue didn't reply. She didn't even have any expression as she chatted enthusiastically with Huang Fuya and the others, as if she didn't hear Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian didn't repeat himself. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Fatty Lu. Keep an eye on her and protect Yaya and the others. Fatty Lu was startled and immediately understood. Understood. Huang Fuju walked up and said, It's about to be the artifact refining competition. None of these people know how to refine artifacts. Do you have any ideas? Huff! This was also what Luo Tian was worried about. Without profound coins, he couldn't buy leveling potions. He had cultivated the refining technique before, but it was still at level 1 in the ancient continent. It was more or less possible to refine a level 1 profound weapon, but it was impossible to refine a high-grade divine weapon. This round of competition. There was no other way. Luo Tian shook his head lightly. I've used up all my profound coins. I have no other choice now. Huang Fuju patted Luo Tian's shoulder lightly and said, Don't feel too much pressure. We have already taken first place in the alchemy competition, and now, as long as we obtain a better result in the martial arts competition, then our Cloud Mist College's influence will still increase to an unprecedented level. Furthermore, this is a competition between the 5 continents, so it will be able to highlight the strength of the Cloud Mist College. The competition was divided into 2 parts: alchemy, artifact refining, array carving, and beast taming were the first part. The second part was the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition was also divided into team battles and ranking battles. If he wanted to obtain first place, he couldn't neglect any part of the competition. Huang Fuju knew this, and Luo Tian was also very clear in his heart. However, there was no other way now. At this moment, Zhang Tianji stood up and said, faintly, A divine weapon can change a battle. If it can be refined, it can be used to replenish damaged weapons in the future. So it is extremely important. Next, I invite all the representatives to send their disciples to participate in the refining competition. With the simplest materials and the same furnace, whoever can forge the highest grade weapon will be the winner. Let's begin. While they were talking, Zhang Tianji couldn't help but smile. Brother Huangfu, just now, your student Luo Tian used 1 minute to refine a divine grade pill. This refining competition is also very powerful compared to him, right? I think half a minute is enough this time, right? Huangfu Ju's face darkened and said, Luo Tian has never had any refining experience, Song Tianji. You don't have to be so sarcastic. We have already taken first place in the alchemy competition. As for the refining competition, Cloud Mist College will... Before he could say the word abandon, Luo Tian suddenly laughed. Isn't it just a refining competition? Even if I, Luo Tian, have no refining experience, I still have absolute confidence in stepping on your Abyss College. I will continue to participate in this round of competition. Huang Fuju frowned and said in a low voice, Luo Tian, it doesn't matter if you give up. If you fail, then the face you won just now will be trampled on the ground by Song Tianji and the others. It's better to give up. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Uncle Huangfu, don't worry. Cloud Mist College will never admit defeat. This is the spirit of our college. Even if I lose, I will let them experience the spirit of Cloud Mist College. While they were talking, Luo Tian walked down from the stands and to the center of the field. Huang Fuju was secretly anxious. If he didn't know how to refine, how could he compete? Without a foundation, it was impossible. Although he didn't know what Luo Tian was doing with Profound Coin, it was definitely related to Profound Coin. This time, he didn't have Profound Coin. What should he do? He didn't know. Fatty Lu walked forward and said, Dean, don't worry. Boss will definitely not fight a battle that he is not confident in. Just wait and see. He will definitely not let you down. Huang Fuju secretly clenched his fists. Unknowingly, Ling Zixue stood behind Huang Fuju and said softly, He will not lose. This time he will create an even greater miracle. Brothers, good night. Don't forget to buy tickets if you have them. Old Cow thanks you. Chapter 1464. In the competition grounds, a silver-robed old man from the ice-field snow country coldly stared at Luo Tian and laughed. In this round of refining, I'll make you suffer a crushing defeat. Luo Tian suddenly raised his hand. I want to report. Song Tianji frowned and unhappily said, What do you have to report? Luo Tian's index finger moved as he pointed at the silver-robed elder who had just spoken. The exchange is a grand event for young disciples to exchange their experiences. The ice-field snow country actually sent an old man. Isn't this considered breaking the rules? Song Tianji was stunned and couldn't help but look at the ice-field king. The ice-field king was also shocked. The silver-robed old man was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Luo Tian would suddenly report him? At this moment, Mo Lingzi coldly laughed, who said he's an old man. There's no rule in the exchange that says old people can't scream, right? Luo Tian, if you can't even beat an old man, then do you still have the face to come down and compete? Song Tianji immediately said, Yes, there's no rule against older people participating in the exchange. As long as you're a newcomer, you can participate. He hasn't participated in the exchange, so he's naturally a newcomer. Therefore, it's not against the rules. The Icefield King was shocked. He didn't know the rules of the exchange. Hearing Song Tianji's words, his heart calmed down and couldn't help but laugh at Luo Tian. What? Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Is that so? Luo Tian pretended to understand and looked at Mo Lingzi. If I can't even beat an old man, then I don't have any face. If you don't even dare to come down and compete, then isn't your face already rotten? I forgot. You just got slapped by a God Realm expert. Don't talk about face. You don't even have any face left. Mo Lingzi was enraged, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. The blood giant god slightly trembled and shouted, Luo Tian, if you dare to be impudent again, then don't blame me for being impolite. The holy lady immediately gave Luo Tian a look. Refining. What was important was the control of the fire and the communication between the mind and the weapon. In the Tianxian continent, Luo Tian was a master of refining and had cultivated to the pinnacle. But the ancient world was different. Although his refining skills were at the divine tier, his skill level was only at the elementary tier. It would be very difficult for him to refine a good divine weapon. But he wasn't worried at all. The surrounding crowd began to refine. Boom! 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 Inside the furnace, Yuan Lingqi was injected into it, and the flames turned a dazzling white. The high temperature melted the black iron stones, and the black iron turned into molten iron, which was poured into the mold. After that, other materials and Yuan Qi were added. After cooling down, the weapon was successfully forged. It was just the most ordinary refining method. However, those who participated in the weapon refining competition were not simple people. He did not use these ordinary methods. The silver-robed old man from the ice-field snow country was constantly suppressing the flames in the furnace. He was constantly injecting his origin spirit force into the flames, causing the white flames to turn into an ocean blue color. This flame was unique, and it emitted an abnormally ferocious power of fire. Icefield Snow Country's blue flame power. The continent with the best refining skills is indeed extraordinary. Just this flame alone cannot be replicated. In refining, the temperature is the most important. A good flame can even absorb the power of the flame, causing it to mutate and increase the attributes of the weapon. The old man from the Icefield Snow Country had done it perfectly, so the quality of the weapon refined would definitely be high. Looking at him, the crowd began to discuss. The Icefield King is very proud of himself, he smiled and said, "Fortunately, I brought the strongest weapon refining Grandmaster with me. But even without him, any warrior of our Icefield Snow Country can refine weapons. We are all stronger than them." The world's #1 refining master came from the Icefield Snow Country. This is not a boast. He was very proud. Tsang Tianji and the Pope also revealed a faint smile. If the Icefield Snow Country could win this competition, it would be a good thing for them. When it came to refining weapons, there was really no one who could be a match for the Icefield Snow Country. They were covered in snow all year round, and the Yuan Qi they cultivated was different. This was why their bodies had already produced a type of ice flame or blue flame power. No matter which one it was, it would have an additional effect on refining weapons. The ancient #1 refining master came from the Icefield Snow Country. The Icefield King was very confident in this competition. Other than the Icefield King, the others were also rapidly refining. Only Luo Tian was present. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if he was comprehending the heaven and earth. He was refining weapons. There was no fire in the furnace, the black iron was still beside him, and the other materials were untouched. This was called refining weapons. What the hell is he doing? Is he going to wait for the last minute again? What do you mean, wait for the last minute? Do you think refining weapons is the same as refining pills? He doesn't know how to refine weapons at all. Just now, I heard the Cloud Mist College's Huang Fuju say that he should give up. He is the one who recklessly came down to compete. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Is he meditating? I think he is sleeping. Guesses could be heard from the audience. Luo Tian still didn't move. Mo Lingzi sneered loudly and said, "Give up just like that? Give up before the competition. Is this the spirit of Cloud Mist College that doesn't admit defeat? I think it is the spirit of a retard, right? Ha ha ha." The Abyss College's disciples also laughed. That silver-robed old man said in disdain, "Kid, do you want me to teach you how to refine weapons? If you can't do it, then you can't do it. You are just asking for trouble. Not to mention you. Even if all the people from Cloud Mist College were added together, they wouldn't be a match for me. I am a master-level refiner. You want to compete with me in refining weapons? You are too inexperienced." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back as he glanced at the silver-robed old man, then looked at the distant Mo Lingzi and said, "Looks like the pain on your face has already healed. How about this? Let's make another bet. If I lose, it is up to you. If you lose, you will continue to be slapped by a God Realm expert. How about it? Another bet." The whole venue suddenly went silent. All eyes were gathered on Mo Lingzi. That slap just now made him crazy, and now another bet? Then the ending, Mo Lingzi's face sank, and his cheeks emitted a slight pain. It wasn't because of the real pain, but because the feeling of being slapped in the face hit his heart. His eyes stared at Luo Tian fiercely. The giant bloody god shouted, "Luo Tian!" not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Do you dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, then shut up. Don't jump out and show your existence with that annoying look. Who do you think you are?" Ah. Mo Lingzi was scolded badly. The person chosen by the Lord of Demon Abyss? More or less. Mo Lingzi was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He shouted, "I will bet with you." "I was waiting for you to say that. Thank you for the rewards, brothers. Old Bull loves you guys to death." Chapter 1465. He was waiting for Mo Lingzi's words. Luo Tian revealed a faint smile and said, "Good guts." His right cheek was slapped, and his left cheek is still sticking out. This is too despicable. Ahaha, provocation? Obviously so. Blood God frowned and transmitted a message to Mo Lingzi. "Young master, why bother with him? Even if he doesn't die today, he will die in the martial competition tomorrow." Humph. Mo Lingzi didn't give a damn about the giant, blood-red god. He coldly snorted and stared at Luo Tian, saying, "You'll know whose face is being slapped when the time comes. Luo Tian, let me remind you that there are only 10 minutes left until the end of the competition." He was unhappy, very unhappy. If he could, he wished he could go down and compete with Luo Tian himself. If he could, he wanted to start the martial competition right now. He really couldn't bear it for another second. Sang Tianji's gaze tightened as he looked at Glacier Field King and said, "Glacier Field King, is that old man confident?" He was also worried, very worried, even more worried than Mo Lingzi. Slapping Mo Lingzi's face wasn't just slapping Abyss Academy's face. It was also slapping his own face. Furthermore, he was very clear about Mo Lingzi's identity. Being slapped twice in a row, if that master of his was angry, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Glacier Field King wasn't stupid. Naturally, he could tell that Mo Lingzi's identity wasn't ordinary. Cold sweat seeped out of his back as he said with a firm gaze, "Don't worry. He is the #1 blacksmith of our Glacier Field Snow Country, and also a master of the royal family. A mere Luo Tian isn't his opponent. Don't worry. I hope it's as you said or else." Sang Tianji didn't know the consequences. He was also clear about the refining ability of the Glacier Field Snow Country. However, Luo Tian could refine a divine-grade pill in a minute. It was possible for this kind of abnormal person to do anything abnormal. He was still worried. Another bet? Another slap in the face? This time, is it the last minute again? There are less than 10 minutes left. If he doesn't hurry, he will lose without even competing. What is Luo Tian thinking? Do you really think that you're omnipotent? You can refine pills and refine weapons. There are very few people like you, and there are even fewer who can reach the peak. I'm afraid we're going to lose this time. Cloud Mist College. Huang Fuju believed in Luo Tian, but he could not help but worry. The girls were the same. Only Ling Zixue remained calm. Huang Fuju still hadn't seen any signs of a miracle when she said that he would create a miracle. He had always wanted to know, and now he finally couldn't help but ask. He still hasn't started refining. What is he waiting for? What do you mean by that? Ling Zixue smiled faintly and said, "You'll know in a while." In the meantime, she glanced at the sky and said softly, "Soon, soon, it's about to begin." No one knew when. Suddenly, a thick, dark cloud floated in the sky, blocking the scorching sun. The oppressive atmosphere made people feel dry. Right at this moment. "Begin." An order suddenly came out from Luo Tian's body. He raised his hand and did not ignite the furnace. Instead, he directly released the power of the awakening of the azure dragon blood vein. It's begun. Luo Tian moved. Why isn't he lighting the fire? What does he want to do? The azure dragon soared into the sky and entered the clouds. What exactly does he want to do? It can't be that he's using heavenly thunder to refine it, right? Isn't this too exaggerated? Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted by Luo Tian. At this moment, previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The azure dragon soared into the sky and charged into the thick clouds. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down vertically. This is the time. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! 30 million yuan qi. Release it for me. Luo Tian's idea sank and suddenly ignited the furnace fire, releasing all of the 30 million yuan qi's accumulated pressure. The furnace fire burst forth, like a fire dragon soaring up. It collided with the bolt of lightning that fell vertically. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sparks flew in all directions as the two forces constantly collided. The lightning could not descend. The fire dragon could not rush up. Just like that, they constantly collided with each other. The scene was extremely shocking. It was like a miracle. However, it was not over yet. Luo Tian moved his right hand and threw the black iron essence stone beside him into the middle of the two forces. Crack! Rumble! The two forces constantly tempered the black iron stone, evaporating all of the impurities in the black iron stone. The power of the elemental spirit and the power of lightning seemed to be fighting over this black iron stone as they crazily poured into it. Inside the black iron stone, the two forces still maintained balance and did not explode the black iron stone. This was the most peculiar thing. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Even the weapon refining master from the ice-field snow country had a face full of shock as he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Something that is absolutely impossible. Even I can't do it. How can he, a person who doesn't know how to refine artifacts, do it? How is it possible to refine the power of nature with the strongest and most difficult to control, the power of the heavenly thunder and lightning?" He didn't understand. He couldn't understand at all, because this was a realm that he was completely unable to reach. Luo Tian bellowed in his heart and said, "I still want to add some more things in." No way. There is a limit to the black iron stone's endurance. It is already not easy for this kind of power not to explode, and any trace of power will cause it to crack. That also means that the refining has failed. Absolutely not. An old voice came from Luo Tian's body. Who was he? Luo Tian did not know, but Ling Zixue knew. When Luo Tian was at his wit's end, Ling Zixue gave him something. A soul pearl. Then, Luo Tian went down the stage, and he had enough confidence because the soul wrapped in the soul pearl had an understanding of refining that surpassed everything and was extremely strong. Under the tempering of the heavenly thunder and the power of the origin spirit, it is already infinitely close to the holy artifact. You will definitely be able to win this competition, so why take the risk? Furthermore, the risk is too great. The old man continued. Indeed, if he were to pursue perfection in a competition that he could already win, it would be a bit superfluous. Moreover, there was a huge risk involved. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was just that Luo Tian was a madman. He wasn't doing this for the sake of perfection, but rather, he knew better than anyone else that Cloud Mist Academy needed this perfection. It needed to expand its influence and shock. Therefore, he had to take this risk. You control the balance of power in the black iron stone. Leave the rest to me. Luo Tian suddenly said. His body suddenly rose into the air, and the idea moved. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, blood essence, come out. I want the miracle to happen again. The second chapter has been delivered. It's the end of the month. Let's give old cow a good time. Chapter 1466. If you want to play, then play big. If you want to refine, then refine a miracle. Refining pills, refining equipment, engraving arrays, taming beasts. These are all abilities to display. Luo Tian is not representing himself, but Cloud Mist College. The stronger he is, the greater the influence of Cloud Mist College. Moreover, can a weapon refined with heaven lightning and 30 million yuan qi take first place? This is still unknown. The silver-gowned elder of Icefield Snow Country refined it, and it is not simple. If you want to crush it, you have to take another risk. For drops of essence, blood, floated around Luo Tian. His gaze tensed up. What is he doing? What else is he trying to do? Could it be that controlling the power of heaven lightning is not strong enough? What other shocking things has he done? Essence blood? The essence blood of the 4 divine beasts. Could it be that he wants to integrate the power of the 4 divine beasts into the weapon? This is impossible. The crowd was in an uproar. The people who were originally dumbfounded immediately stood up, and the sound of discussion rose one after another. Refining equipment, normal warriors have some understanding of it. It was impossible for an ordinary black iron rock to withstand too much power. Withstanding the power of heaven lightning is already a heaven-defying matter. If it wasn't for the power of balance, the black iron ore would have been destroyed. Of course, this is all thanks to the soul pearl in Luo Tian's body. If it wasn't for its help, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to control the power of balance. Song Tianji's body trembled slightly as he stood up. He looked at Icefield King and said in a low voice, "If he succeeds, do you know what it means?" Icefield King's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He knew better than anyone the power of heaven lightning refining equipment. He was also very nervous, but when he saw Luo Tian release the power of the 4 divine beasts' essence blood, a smile appeared on his face. He doesn't know what refining is. Does he think that the more power he infuses, the better? A small piece of black iron or can't withstand it, this weapon will definitely fail, he said confidently. He is also a master refiner. Song Tianji faintly said, "I hope it is as you said." Elder Azure Dragon said disdainfully, "Are you looking down on the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts? How could a small country like Icefield know about the power of the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts? The blood essences of the 4 divine beasts can be fused into playthings. What's more, young Master Luo Tian is the reincarnation of the old ancestor. After fusing the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts into one, the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts flowing in his body will become even more powerful. Just wait and see." As for Luo Tian, Elder Azure Dragon had unconditional faith in him. Although he didn't know how to refine artifacts, but he believed in Luo Tian. He believed that he would succeed, create a miracle. Icefield King knew how to refine artifacts, but he didn't know anything about the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts. Hearing Elder Azure Dragon's words, his heart tightened. He immediately transmitted a message to Song Tianji. The worst thing when refining artifacts is to be distracted. If we can distract Luo Tian, then no matter what, he won't succeed. Song Tianji's mouth slightly hooked up and immediately said loudly, "Oh, 4-legged snake bloodline. Luo Tian, you brought out this bloodline to scare people? You used this bloodline to test out your divine great talent? Today I really opened my eyes. However, when the Crown Prince attacked, why didn't you use it? You couldn't even take one move from the Crown Prince. What kind of Cloud Mist College is this? I heard that the Cloud Mist College only has a few stray dogs left from the tens of thousands of students? Luo Tian, I think you should just forget about it. Refining artifacts is not alchemy. You can't create a miracle." His voice was very loud. With a kind of magical power, it penetrated people's hearts. Not only did it explode in the air above the venue, it also exploded in Luo Tian's mind. Word by word, it penetrated Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's face secretly changed. Obviously, he was affected. He was angry. The voice from the soul pearl in his mind sounded again. "No, you can't succeed in this state. Kid, you still have a chance to win. Once you fuse your blood essence into it, you will lose without a doubt. Listen to my advice. Don't pursue perfection too much. With the power of heavenly lightning, This weapon will be able to take first place in refining. He could clearly feel the change in Luo Tian's heart. He was angry, very angry. Elder Azure Dragon immediately shouted, Song Tianji, if you dare to distract the young master again, then I think there is no need for this exchange to continue. Azure Dragon was angry. Song Tianji's face darkened. The Pope coldly smiled. Elder Azure Dragon, aren't you meddling a bit too much? There is no rule that says we can't talk. You can also talk. You can also influence the Institute's refining representative. Icefield King immediately agreed. That's right, you too. Angel suddenly shouted, Enough! If you dare to make any noise, I will teach him a lesson. Oh ho! Blood Giant God immediately jumped out. You are really domineering, Phoenix Sky Mountain. You are really amazing. You keep him alive like this. Could it be that he is really your little lover? Oh, Angel, why don't you take a look at yourself? You are an old witch who has lived for more than 10,000 years, still eating young grass. Ha ha ha! Are you not afraid of being laughed at? His voice was very loud. It wasn't just for Holy Maiden to hear. It was also for all heaven to hear. The Heavenly Maiden also became angry and said in a deep voice, Do you dare to say another word? Blood Giant God was not afraid at all. He coldly laughed. I am not them. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Even in the ancient continent, you are useless to me. If you don't let me say it, then I will. You have already done it. Why don't you let others say it? Phoenix Sky Mountain's rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years have become asterisk, asterisk, asterisk in your hands. Ha ha ha! Anger. Angel was incomparably angry. All kinds of criticism came from the surroundings. How can this be? No wonder she is so protective of Luo Tian. So there is an affair. In public, Blood Giant God ruined Phoenix Sky Mountain's reputation. Angel was furious. Luo Tian was even more furious. Because Angel was his woman. No matter who it was, even if it was the Emperor, he could not say anything about her. The anger in his heart kept bursting, bursting and bursting. Luo Tian's face was red. His body was emitting a blazing aura. Boom! Anger exploded in his body like a bomb. It was also at this moment Luo Tian shouted, God explosion! Open! Rumble. Rumble! Rumble! Around him the sound of explosions could be heard. The arrogant anger directly made him go berserk. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. He looked up to the sky and roared, Blood essence fuse! Rumble. The sky split open and holy light scattered. A miracle descended once again. Get ready to be slapped in the face again. The third chapter was delivered. Let me say something. His wife's pregnancy reaction was a little strong. She vomited without any strength. Old Bull is really worried. Therefore, I will bring her to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow morning, so there is no update in the morning. The update will be in the afternoon or evening. Don't forget to vote. Old Bull thanks you. Good night. Chapter 1467. It was time to finish the refinement. The representative of the 4 divine beasts continent was affected by Luo Tian and God's miracle, so he didn't finish his work. However, he was happier than anyone else. It was as if he had crafted a peerless weapon himself. For works were presented. At this time, the crowd burst into loud and unified cheers. Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian. Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian. Is there a need to compare? Luo Tian is number 1 in this competition. Who can compete with him? I just want to ask, who in the ancient continent can compete with him? What ice-field snow country? What master artificer? They're all trash in front of him. Luo Tian, I love you. I'm your die-hard fan. Luo Tian, I can warm your bed. I can do all kinds of things. Please take me in. Luo Tian. Many girls even screamed. It was like the celebrities in his previous life. The only difference was that most of the people who screamed for the celebrities in his previous life were those with negative attractiveness scores. However, the ones who screamed for Luo Tian were all delicate and beautiful girls. especially in the direction of the palace of cold blood. A large group of girls screamed. Huang Fuya shook her head with a helpless expression. She complained, "Oh no, no. It's not just an army of beautiful girls. It's going to become a nation of beautiful girls. Bastard, I don't want to share you with so many people." Yi Yunmeng pursed her lips and snickered. "His halo is too dazzling. More girls will fall for him. We can't restrain him. We can only let him soar freely. I believe Luo Tian won't abandon us." Qian smiled. Catherine smiled as well. They all knew that Luo Tian wouldn't stay in one place for too long, nor would he stop looking for the opposite sex because of them. They knew the wonders of the imperial goddess art, and they also understood Luo Tian's intentions. Huang Fuya sighed and said, "Since the big sisters aren't saying anything, what can I say? But I won't let him go so easily tonight." Humph. A smirk appeared on his face as he spoke. Yunmeng was stunned. She propped Huang Fuya's forehead with her index finger and said, "Stupid girl, you're such a glutton. There's a martial arts competition tomorrow. Let him go tonight. After tomorrow's martial arts competition, if his performance is as dazzling as today's, I'll definitely reward him well tomorrow night." As she spoke, her face couldn't help but turn red. Qian nodded. "I agree. We'll let him go tonight." Fatty Lu clicked his tongue as he looked at Luo Tian in the middle of the square. He sighed in his heart and said, "Boss, oh boss, at first I was envious of you, but now I feel that you are too pitiful. Sigh, women are too scary." Everyone was talking about it. Only Ling Zixue stood alone in a corner, quietly looking at Luo Tian. Her eyes shone with hope, especially after the soul pearl returned to her side. It said to her, "This kid's future is limitless. Grab him." She was even more hopeful now. At the judges' table, Song Tianji's expression was unsightly, extremely unsightly. Even if he was slapped a few times, it wouldn't be this unsightly. Looking at the peerless divine sword floating in front of them, he couldn't wait to smash it into dust. But the power released by the peerless divine sword was very strong. Even he was afraid of it. Then there was the Icefield King, whose face was like a pig's liver. The Pope's expression was the same. Elder Azure Dragon read aloud, "Peerless godly sword, divine grade, godly weapon, full marks." Monkshire and I said, "Peerless divine sword, super divine weapon, full marks." The Pope muttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Song Tianji and the Icefield King were the same. It wasn't that they didn't want to say it, but they really couldn't say it. It was like eating a fly stuck in their throats, extremely uncomfortable. The group leaders' eyes were bright. They could not give high marks. Moreover, a miracle was summoned. Without a doubt, it surpassed the divine weapon level. Luo Tian's gaze turned, looking at the blood-colored giant god, and smiled. "Lord God Realm Expert, it's time to slap the face again. Are you going to do it? Or should I do it? If you can't bear to do it, then let me do it for you." The blood-colored giant god's face suddenly sank. Boom! His body produced a sonic boom, and the space directly cracked. At this time, Angel's figure moved and directly landed beside Luo Tian, guarding Luo Tian tightly, preventing the blood-colored giant god from sneaking an attack. She coldly said, "Admit defeat." The blood-colored giant god's eyes turned sinister and sneered, "What a pair of dogs!" At this time, voices of crusading came from all around the stands. "Yes. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat." The crowd immediately began to speak loudly. Mo Lingzi's teeth were about to shatter, and he said word by word, "Luo Tian, I will make you pay 10,000 times the price. I swear on my blood, I will let you know my methods, definitely." The void moved. It directly landed in front of the blood-colored giant god. The blood-colored giant god's face darkened, and he whispered, "Young master." "Hit. Less nonsense." Mo Lingzi was furious to the extreme. The blood-colored giant god didn't dare to hesitate and slapped down. It was still the same as before, not much strength, and just lightly wiped his face. However, this was still a slap to the face, and he still lost. And in front of so many people, the Abyss Academy's face, was completely lost. Ha ha ha, does it feel good? Luo Tian laughed wildly, and then stared at the blood-colored giant god with a gloomy gaze. It must feel good to slap the young master's face, ha ha ha! Boom! 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 The roars continued, and the blood-colored giant god was furious. The divine power on his body was like a raging sea, crazily surging. Mo Lingzi's eyes widened, and he roared. I said, his life is mine, do you understand? Boom! A sky-high demonic aura was released, directly crushing Mo Lingzi's divine aura into nothingness. The giant, blood-red god also instantly retreated. Even it couldn't resist the power of this demonic aura. The whole place was silent, incomparably shocked. Luo Tian's face also changed slightly, and his mind faintly trembled. What a strong power! At this moment, Mo Lingzi released his demonic aura, and the influence of the Abyss Academy was brought to the peak because he had the power to crush a god realm powerhouse. So strong. Who is this Mo Lingzi? Too strong. Sang Tianji laughed coldly, and a proud smile appeared on his face, and he secretly said, Mo Lingzi, you are finally angry. You must know that he is not weaker than the crown prince. Luo Tian, you won't live for long, ha ha ha. The second chapter has been delivered. Today is the last day of July. If everyone doesn't vote, it will be a waste. Vote for Old Bull, ha ha ha. Chapter 1468. Luo Tian had summoned 2 miracles, allowing everyone present to recognize Luo Tian. It also allowed the experts of the 5 continents to recognize the Cloud Mist Academy. It also made Sang Tianji know that Cloud Mist College wasn't dead yet, but summoning twice, shaking the world twice, shocking people twice. But it couldn't compare to a single move of demonic might. It couldn't compare to a single move of demonic might on the giant, blood-colored god. Moreover, this wasn't a deliberate move by the giant, blood-colored god, but a true suppression. At this time, the only thing they believed in was power. No matter how good one's alchemy was, no matter how awesome one's refining was, it was useless. In front of true power, they seemed so weak. The moment the demonic might appeared, the audience went into an uproar. Therefore, the focus of the discussion was on Mo Lingzi. Even those who were fighting to register for Cloud Mist College stopped and quickly left. It was just that realistic. Mo Lingzi himself didn't expect such a situation to happen. His 2 slaps seemed to have made everyone forget about it. At this moment, he calmed down and realized where his strength was. Suddenly, Mo Lingzi once again released the demonic might under his rage, forming a giant beast that descended from the sky. The giant beast's claw fiercely clawed at Luo Tian. He said gloomily, Your life is mine. Before me, no one can touch you. Luo Tian, I said before, I will let you know my means. I will also repay you 10,000 times. Fight with me. You don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Do you understand? His voice fell. The giant beast's claw crushed down. At this moment, unleashing the full power of the Heavenly Maiden's divine might, it formed a huge divine barrier in front of all heaven. Mo Lingzi said angrily, Bitch, scram to the side for this daddy. Boom! Under the demonic might, the angel's body suddenly sank. The divine might shield she released quickly cracked and couldn't hold on any longer. Quickly leave, the angel said anxiously, struggling to hold on. She didn't expect it. She never thought that Mo Lingzi would actually possess this kind of power. Clearly, this power didn't belong to the ancient continent, but came from the realm of the gods. Furthermore, it came from a certain super expert of the realm of the gods. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to not be able to resist it. I knew there was something going on between the 2 of you. As the master of Phoenix Sky Mountain and an extraditer of the primordial continent, you're actually fooling around with a piece of trash. Do you have any shame? Phoenix Tianshan is no longer qualified to be an extradited. Once I return to the divine realm, I will report everything to my superiors, the giant blood-red god said coldly. It was extremely displeased with how much Fairy cared for Luo Tian. Kacha! Kacha! Creak! 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 The speed at which the divine might shield broke was too fast. The fairy was suffocating from the pressure. She no longer cared about what the bloody god was saying, nor did she care about Phoenix Sky Mountain's reputation or her identity as an extraditer. She only wanted to do one thing, and that was to protect Luo Tian. Hurry up and leave. Luo Tian, listen to me. Leave now. Fairy said anxiously. Bitch who overestimates herself. Mo Lingzi glared and released his demonic, might even more valiantly. His strength multiplied and instantly crushed Fairy's divine might shield into countless pieces. So what if you're a deity? Get lost. At this moment, Luo Tian didn't leave. Instead, he took a step forward, raised his head, and forcibly faced the attack. Don't! Fairy roared. Under this kind of power, even she might not be able to withstand it. Luo Tian was just an Emperor Realm Master. His physical body couldn't withstand it at all. However, not only did Luo Tian not resist, he even gave up the defensive aura on his body. There was a sneer on his face. Boom! The giant claw fell. Everyone's heart tightened. Yi Yunmeng and the others' hearts were in their throats. They were so scared that they even forgot to breathe. But the giant claw stopped above Luo Tian's head. A strong wind crushed down and scattered Luo Tian's hair. He looked a little embarrassed, but his eyes didn't even blink. It wasn't some kind of power that blocked the demonic might claw, but Mo Lingzi had stopped his power and sneered. You want to die? Ha ha ha. You're dreaming. Do you think I'll kill you in one move? Do you think I'll kill you here? I've said it before. I'll repay you 10,000 times. You won't die today, but you'll die in the gladiator arena tomorrow. Not only you, but also your brothers and women. As long as they dare to appear in the gladiator arena, I'll make them die in front of you one by one. Ha ha ha! Mo Lingzi's cold and arrogant voice sounded. Wild laughter exploded in the sky and didn't calm down for a long time. Incomparably arrogant, crushing everything. The entire venue was crushed by him. His power was also the capital to be arrogant. Luo Tian's mind was trembling, and his sea of consciousness was churning. He didn't show any expression on the surface, but his body was suffering a destructive blow. This was different from the Crown Prince, who defeated him in one move. This was even more painful. Moreover, Luo Tian was very clear that if Mo Lingzi's demonic might claw came down, he might even die. Even if he had the all-purpose spring water from the evil eye of Penga Mountain, it was useless. This power was too strong. It was even stronger than the divine might. Very unwilling, very unhappy. He wanted to trample Mo Lingzi to death in one move, but he couldn't do it at all. Even if he released the power of the dragon god Slash, he still couldn't do it. Even if he released the divine fire, he still couldn't do it. This was the difference in power. Luo Tian was very unhappy in his heart. At the same time, his anger was also boiling. His eyes were cold as he looked at Mo Lingzi and said word by word, "Today is your only chance to kill me. Tomorrow, you won't have the chance anymore. I'll trample you under my feet." Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you're not good at anything else, but that mouth of yours is really invincible. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me. It's the same today and it's the same tomorrow. In my eyes, you're always an ant that can't climb up the stage. Tomorrow, I'll slowly play you to death in front of everyone on the stage. Ha ha ha. Today, even if you take first place in alchemy, refining, inscribing, and beast taming, and summon all of them, it won't be of any use. Because a dead person can't lead everyone to kill demons. Ha ha ha. Mo Lingzi laughed wildly, and the anger in his heart was completely vented out. One day couldn't change anything. Even a god couldn't change anything. Tomorrow, he could trample him under his feet? Who would believe it? This was simply a joke. Luo Tian clenched his fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. His nails dug into his flesh, and dark red blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Suddenly, Blood Demon King's voice penetrated his mind. "Master, Little White is back!" The 3rd chapter has been delivered. July. Thank you for everyone's support. There are a lot of monthly votes and a lot of recommendation votes. It's just a pity. Old Bull can't get the website's reward. Hee. August, it will start in an hour. Brothers, you all have guaranteed monthly votes. Old Bull begs for brothers to support me. Give me all the guaranteed monthly votes. Tomorrow there will be 5 chapters. Then, Tam will appear. Chapter 1469. Master Xiao Bai is back. Blood Demon King's voice sounded. To the current Luo Tian, it was like the sound of nature. There was still one more day. As long as he raised the level of the Dragon God Slash, as long as he increased the chance of instant kill, what could Mo Lingzi's demonic might do? What could the Divine Realm's Blood God do? All of them would be trampled to death under his feet. Just that. But before he could be happy about it, Yi Zichen had already made his move. Blood Demon King's low voice sounded again, but Xiao Bai's injuries are very serious. He's unconscious now, and there are wounds all over his body. Master, quickly come and take a look. I'm worried. I'm worried. His voice became softer and softer, and he didn't continue speaking. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly jumped and instantly landed at Cloud Mist College. He said to Huangfu Ju, "Uncle Huangfu, I'll try my best to come back for the next 2 matches. If I can't, then just give up and don't participate in the competition." As soon as his voice fell, he didn't explain too much. His figure blurred and suddenly disappeared. The entire audience was surprised. Even Mo Lingzi was inwardly taken aback as he sneered, "Trying to escape?" Humph. I forgot to tell him that the Abyss College's mountain protection array has been activated. He can't get out, ha ha ha. Mo Lingzi laughed wildly and said coldly, "Luo Tian, you can't escape from my palm." Being crushed by Mo Lingzi, he suddenly left. He didn't even participate in the remaining matches. This, if it wasn't escaping, then what was it? If it wasn't fear, then what was it? Everyone's heart shook again. Sigh. I'm afraid that no one can compare to Luo Tian in refining pills. But in terms of martial cultivation, Sigh, the gap between him and the Crown Prince and Mo Lingzi is still too big. If he can escape today, then what about tomorrow? Can he still hide in the martial arts conference? Can he still hide in the ranking battle? With Luo Tian's death, the Cloud Mist College will probably perish as well. I really regret signing up just now. Now that I think about it, the Abyss College is the mainstream of the ancient continent. With Mo Lingzi and a powerhouse from the Divine Realm backing them up, who can shake them? Luo Tian is really too disappointing. Not only was he defeated by the Crown Prince in one move, but now he couldn't even resist Mo Lingzi and actually ran away in fear. To think that I thought highly of you. Too disappointing. The crowd was in heated discussion. No one knew why Luo Tian left. Huangfu Ju knew. Fatty Lu didn't know. Yi Yunmeng and Qian Qian didn't know either. His head was filled with fog. They only reacted when Luo Tian's figure disappeared. What happened? Where did Luo Tian go? Father, what happened to Luo Tian? Huangfu Ye asked anxiously. Huangfu Ju shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Fatty Lu said, "Boss must have something important to do. Something big must have happened for him to suddenly leave. You don't have to worry. He will definitely be fine." He knew Luo Tian the best here. If it wasn't something important, Luo Tian wouldn't suddenly leave without any explanation. Huangfu Ju nodded slightly and said, Next is the array engraving and beast taming. Luo Tian said that if he didn't come back in time, we will give up. Anyway, we took first place in both rounds. As long as we don't rank last in tomorrow's martial arts competition, we will have a chance to win. However, when Huang Fuju said this, he wasn't very confident, because he could feel Luo Tian's mind trembling when Mo Lingzi burst out with his demonic power. He knew that Luo Tian wasn't his opponent. Just like what Mo Lingzi said, once Luo Tian died, the Cloud Mist College wouldn't be able to resist anymore. There was only 1 day's time left. What could be done in 1 day's time? Could he create a miracle? Martial cultivators didn't dare to refine pills, but refining was the same. 1 step was like heaven and earth. Not to mention that Mo Lingzi had the support of the realm of the gods and the power of a certain super expert. Tomorrow's martial arts competition. Huang Fuju didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. Even, he felt that bringing Luo Tian to participate in this exchange was a wrong choice. No. Fatty Lu grinned and said, Boss didn't come back in time. All the more we have to participate. Boss has been shouldering everything. What he is shouldering is unimaginable to us. We are just like passers-by. We can only watch and can't do anything. Now that he has left, all the more we can't lose. Fatty Lu's eyes were more determined than ever. Luo Tian left the stage. Then he would have to shoulder the rest. We can't let Luo Tian carry so many things on his shoulders. He has always used his life to protect us, to protect the things we protect. The pressure on his body is unimaginable. One after another, experts appeared. First, it was the High Family, then the Crown Prince, now it's the Holy See, the Icefield Snow Country, the Abyss Academy, and now it's Mo Lingzi, the experts of the Divine Domain. He has been fighting against all of these by himself. We didn't do anything. Instead, we're dragging him down. We really have to work hard. Otherwise, we'll only become his burden. Qianqian's words made everyone silent, thinking back to what happened during this period of time. Really, it was all Luo Tian's alone. Everyone's heart sank, and at the same time, their eyes became determined. Not long later, Song Tianji stood up and said, The next competition is to carve an array. This competition is different. It's not up to us to judge the strength of the array, but up to you. The arrays you've refined will enter each other. Whose array is stronger? You'll be able to see it through the test. To put it simply, the arrays that were refined will enter each other's array. If one died inside, it would mean that the array was strong. This was Song Tianji's last-minute change. Huang Fuju immediately stood up and protested. A refined formation should be inspected by a professional. We can't use people to inspect it. What if someone gets hurt? And Mo Lingzi unleashed a powerful devil aura, suppressing Luo Tian to the point that he couldn't move. Song Tianji ruthlessly let out a breath of resentment in his heart. Now that Luo Tian had left the stage, he became even more complacent. With a smug smile on his face, he said, Brother Huangfu, if you can't afford to play, then give up. Ha ha ha. You. Huangfu Ju's face turned sinister. Fatty Lu smiled. Dean Huangfu, don't lower yourself to the same level as a dog. Isn't it just carving arrays? This round, I'll do it. At the same time, Ling Zixue's eyebrows moved, and a thought entered Fatty Lu's body. Her expression was secretly shocked. He's actually a rank 1 deity that devoured divinity. Monthly votes, monthly votes. Old Bull needs monthly votes. Right now, he was only 2 votes away from his chrysanthemum. Old Bull roared. Brothers of the chrysanthemum team, if you don't go now, when will you? Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters has been delivered. Chapter 1470. Ling Zixue was a little shocked. She didn't expect that Luo Tian actually had a god-level ranker hidden by his side. Moreover, what shocked her even more was that Luo Tian actually got his hands on divine deity. In the ancient continent, The value of a divine deity was priceless and unparalleled. However, he actually gave it to his brother and didn't devour it himself. Where did you get the divine deity? Ling Zixue was secretly shocked. At the same time, Fatty Lu secretly sank and sent a sound transmission to Ling Zixue, saying, I don't care what you want to do, but if you want to hurt boss, hurt sister-in-law, hurt brother, I won't let you go. Now that you know that I'm a god-level ranker, then you should be clear of my strength. He didn't know why Ling Zixue's idea entered his body. However, he remembered the things that Luo Tian began to tell him. Ling Zixue was a very mysterious woman. Who was she and what was her purpose? Ling Zixue recovered from her shock and sent a sound transmission. I don't have any ill intentions and I won't hurt your boss or your sisters-in-law. Of course, even if I want to hurt them, I can easily do it. Now don't talk nonsense. Listen to everything I say. Of course, if you don't want to get first place, then don't listen. If you can't get a good result, it's not me who's unlucky. It's your Cloud Mist College that's losing face. Fatty Lu raised his eyes slightly, looked at Ling Zixue and said secretly, What do you want to do? Ling Zixue smiled gently and said, What kind of tone is that? Shouldn't you be a little more respectful to me? At least I'm still your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what do you want to do? Fatty Lu didn't hesitate. As long as he could win the competition, as long as he could share some of the pressure for Luo Tian, he was willing to do anything. Ling Zixue smiled and said, You just have to worry about the competition, and then someone will teach you how to refine the extermination array. In the venue, the competition of refining arrays began. In another place, in the mountain behind the Abyss Academy, Luo Tian ran all the way here, and his idea was also released, but he didn't find anyone following him. Mo Lingzi never thought of following Luo Tian, because no one could go out of the Abyss College's great protective array. Since they couldn't go out, then why bother to follow them? If Luo Tian didn't appear in the arena tomorrow, then it would be even more humiliating. Furthermore, if he didn't appear, Mo Lingzi still wouldn't let Luo Tian off. He had said so. Everything would be returned to Luo Tian 10,000 times over. How far is it? Luo Tian asked, feeling nervous. He was the one who sent Little White to look for the location of the shadow mine. Furthermore, he had repeatedly reminded Little White that there was an extremely powerful guardian beast in the shadow mine. As long as they encountered it, they had to leave immediately. Now that Little White was injured, Luo Tian had a bad premonition. He felt that Little White should have encountered the guardian beast. If that was the case, then the guardian beast was too powerful. One had to know that Whitey was a demigod. If it wasn't a match for the guardian beast, then it would be too difficult to collect the shadow mine, increase the level of the dragon god slash, and increase the chance of being insta-killed by the divine fire. Blood Demon King said, It's right in front. We'll be there soon. Master, what exactly is in that cave? I have never felt such a powerful force. When that force attacked my body, I felt as if my entire body was about to explode. It was as if I was instantly killed and disappeared from this world. It was very uncomfortable and painful. Blood Demon King had lingering fears. He was guarding the cave entrance for Little White, and he couldn't withstand the force. How could Little White in the cave be able to withstand it? What was it? Luo Tian wasn't sure either. He only knew that the guardian beast was extremely powerful. Luo Tian didn't say anything and increased his speed. Under a big tree, he saw the little white dog that was curled up and shivering. It no longer had the tyrannical might of a demigod realm cultivator. Right now, Little White was like a stray dog on the street, curled up and shivering pitifully. Under his claws was a piece of shadow crystal, which was exactly the same as the shadow crystal that had appeared in the Boundless sect. When Luo Tian saw this, his heart felt a piercing pain, and his fists couldn't help but clench tightly. At the same time, regeneration, regeneration, regeneration. Luo Tian gently picked up Little White and continuously released the regeneration, which only slightly improved Little White's external injuries, but did not recover in the slightest. He was still trembling in Luo Tian's embrace, his eyes closed, and he had fallen into a coma. Cluck, cluck! Luo Tian's fists released a burst of explosive sounds as he gently caressed Little White's forehead and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I will definitely protect your life." He didn't know what had happened in the cave, but now he wished he could tear apart the guardian beast that had harmed Little White in the cave. The god-level healing technique and regeneration technique were all useless. Luo Tian was already suppressing a ball of anger in his heart. Now that he saw Little White injured like this, the anger in his heart couldn't help but surge. But he couldn't vent it out, and he didn't know who to vent it on. The pressure on his heart was very uncomfortable. Blood Demon King asked, "Master, what do we do now?" "The injuries on brother Little White's body." Huff! Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and said, "You stay here, don't let anyone get close to that cave. And even more, don't go in, understand?" Blood Demon King nodded heavily and said, "Understood." Even the demigod realm Little White was injured to such an extent. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went in? It was just that Blood Demon King was also worried about Little White's injuries. He was on the verge of death. If he wasn't treated in time, he was afraid. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled, picked up Little White, and quickly jumped into the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 10 minutes later, he stopped in a hidden cave. Dragon God / come out. The idea moved. The Dragon God / immediately flashed out. Luo Tian directly asked, "You should know very well what caused the injuries in his body, right?" Dragon God / was startled and asked with some doubt, "Why do you ask that?" F***CK. Don't pretend to be a big-tailed wolf with me. Do you think I don't know? The Abyss Cave is the shadow concentrate, which is also the second thing that the Patriarch of Hua Mountain left for me. How could you not know about this? If you say you don't know, I'll immediately refine you. Luo Tian's entire body erupted with a strong evil aura, causing the entire cave to become extremely cold. He was sure Dragon God / must know something. Moreover, Luo Tian was sure that the shadow concentrate was the abyss cave that the Patriarch of Hua Mountain had mentioned, and the guardian beast inside was most likely the second thing that the Patriarch of Hua Mountain had left for him. Dragon God / must know. The second chapter arrived. He had exploded a chrysanthemum, and now it was the second one. He was still short of 2 votes, just 2 votes. Brothers, prepare the chrysanthemum spear and stab it. Chapter 1471. Luo Tian was not an idiot. He would not be manipulated by others. To be honest, Luo Tian did not care too much about the few things that the Patriarch of Hua Mountain had left behind. It was just that he wanted to see what exactly the Patriarch of Hua Mountain had left for him. When he was in the Divine Tomb, he realized that the Patriarch of Hua Mountain had not simply left behind something. The feeling he gave Luo Tian was that it was a test. There was another feeling. Surveillance. The Dragon God / had its own consciousness. It was not as simple as a weapon. If not for the fact that Little White was heavily injured and Luo Tian did not know how to treat it, he would not have fallen out with him. The Dragon God / was stunned. He never thought that Luo Tian would analyze all this, and then he was silent for a few seconds, then said, "You are right, it is indeed Master's arrangement, and also a test for you. I do know how to treat his injuries. But previous chapter, next chapter, boom!" The aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly exploded. He took a step forward and directly pushed the Dragon God / against the wall and said gloomily, "Don't talk to me. My brother's life is on the line right now. If you say another word, I will definitely kill you." You saw it when I was refining the peerless divine sword just now. Refining you is not impossible for me. Do you understand? Extreme anger. The Dragon God / was stunned by Luo Tian for a moment and continued, "The only person who can save him is Tam, that big toad, and his injuries are very serious. I'm afraid he won't be able to live until daybreak. Luo Tian, if you want to save him, you have to hurry, otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. Luo Tian slightly relaxed, his face ashen, looking at Little White, who was still trembling on the ground. His fists suddenly clenched tightly. Tam, right? If you hurt my brother, I will let you know the consequences of provoking me, Luo Tian. Then, Luo Tian said slightly, Dragon God / can you contact it? Long Shinjan said, No, in front of Master, its status is higher than mine and don't even think about using my power to deal with him, it's useless. My strength can't deal with him at all. I'm not his match. He said it out loud. This was completely different from the untamed Dragon God / Furthermore, he wasn't lying. Luo Tian's heart sank. Old Ancestor Huashan. Oh, Old Ancestor Huashan. What kind of perverted guardian beast did you leave behind? You said you left these things for me. Are you keeping them to take my life? Humph. No matter what. I'll be there. Luo Tian made up his mind. There was no other way. He had to go. For the sake of Little White's injuries, he had to go. But not now, but at night. Luo Tian sensed the time and put Little White back into his spatial ring. He said, Little White, don't worry. I'll definitely save you. At the same time, he put the Dragon God / back into his body. He quickly rushed towards the venue. Today was the 15th of August. If that elder from immeasurable sect did not lie to him, at night, when the moon came out, that big toad would leave the shadow mine and would not appear again until the 16th of August. Then, in these few short hours, it would be Luo Tian's only chance. There was still some time before nightfall. Luo Tian had to rush back to the venue. He was worried that Fatty Lu and the others would be impulsive. In the venue. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the different space, all sorts of thunderous sounds could be heard. The array changed. Suddenly there was the rumbling of thunder. Suddenly there was the cover of ice and snow. And suddenly there was the crushing of the holy sea's divine power. During this process, Fatty Lu was alone in the array, enduring all sorts of intense attacks. His entire body was bathed in blood. The moment he walked out of the array, it was as if he had crawled out of a pool of blood. The entire process was silent. The Pope was the first to laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to be able to come out alive. Ha ha ha. Is it good? How does this array feel? Little Fatty, it must be very good. Ha ha ha. Song Tianji also laughed coldly. Injuring someone like this. Do you still have any morals? You just let him try the power of the array, and you injured him like this, Sai. If it was me, I would have directly killed him. Ha ha ha. The Icefield King also laughed out loud and said, This array contains all sorts of natural forces. It's too strong. This little fatty skin is too thick. I reckon that the people of Cloud Mist College are all the same. Their skin is so thick that it can be used as a city wall. Azure Dragon Elder's face was filled with anger. Monkshur and I was the same, but the two of them could not speak at all, and were completely crushed by the blood-colored giant god. Fatty Lu was like a clown being played around with during the battle of array formations. Moreover, he did not resist, but charged through all the arrays of the Abyss College, Icefield Snow Country, and the Eurasian Church. He did not break the array, but directly charged through. The moment he came out of the array, he raised his eyes and looked at Song Tianji and the other two, who were laughing complacently, and coldly said, I have tried all your arrays, but they did not kill me. It can be seen that this kind of garbage array is not even worth mentioning. Now, it's your turn. Fatty Lu's voice became exceptionally powerful. The whole place was silent again. He used his body to resist, to charge through the array, just to ridicule the Abyss College, Icefield Snow Country, and the Eurasian Church, just to attack their array. This was a competition with his life. Song Tianji's face suddenly changed. He did not expect Fatty Lu to use his body to resist. This was also looking down on them. His face secretly turned sinister, and the other two's faces were also very ugly. Brother Fatty! Brother Lu! Fatty Lu! Lindong, Tang San, and the rest clenched their fists. Their expressions were extremely displeased. Huang Fuju frowned and said in his heart, "With students like you, how can Cloud Mist College not rise?" "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Huang Fuju. Thank you for your appearance." Everyone in the venue looked at Song Tianji. Fatty Lu had broken through all of their formations. Now, it was their turn to charge through the array that Lu Zhan had refined. Moreover, in the process of Fatty Lu refining the array, they could feel the power of the array that Lu Zhan had refined. These disciples who refined the array did not have high cultivation. If they entered like this, if they could not break the array, not only would they lose their face, they might even die inside. The few who carved the array also shook their heads, indicating that they did not want to try. Breaking the array was not something that could be done with a few words. It required continuous exploration. In a short period of time, they could only use their body to forcefully charge through the array like Lu Zhan. They could not do it immediately. Song Tianji laughed and said, "Little Fatty, I was just joking just now. I didn't expect you to take it seriously." Not waiting for him to finish. Not waiting for Lu Zhan to get angry. A voice that was like a furious thunderbolt struck down. "If you want to die, why don't you send someone in? I'll kill you." The 3rd chapter has been delivered. There should be another chapter in the morning. Brothers, today is the 1st day of August. Old Bull, please do your best. Stab their chrysanthemums with your chrysanthemums. Chapter 1472. His voice faded. The venue instantly exploded, because this voice was very familiar. It was Luo Tian who had just left. He suddenly came back. Furthermore, there was a surge of incomparable fury, and within the fury, there was a heavy viciousness. As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian descended from the sky. His index finger moved and directly pointed at Song Tianji's nose. "If you don't send someone to check the array, I will kill you. I mean what I say." His voice was incomparably cold. Furthermore, the killing intent emitted from Luo Tian's body was very strong. Just what happened in less than half an hour to make him so angry? Even Fatty, Lu couldn't help but become nervous. Something big must have happened. If it wasn't Xiao Bai, then it was the Blood Demon King. At the same time, Lu Zhan was also worried that Luo Tian would act recklessly. If he really killed Song Tianji, then this exchange would be messed up. Furthermore, Song Tianji's cultivation was at the Emperor realm. He wasn't someone who could be killed easily. Not to mention, there were also experts from the realm of the gods and Mo. Lingzi present. If Luo Tian made a move, it would give the blood god a reason to make a move. He must definitely stop Luo Tian. Fatty Lu immediately said, "Boss, I'm fine. The arrays they refined are all trash. They can't hurt me at all. Don't act recklessly." At this time, the holy maiden also became nervous. She immediately transmitted her voice to Luo Tian. "No matter what happened, don't act recklessly at this time. Luo Tian, listen to me. I'll take care of everything. If there's anything, tell me. Don't act recklessly." Huang Fuju's heart was also in a mess. At this time, if Luo Tian were to act recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he really killed Song Tianji, then he didn't dare to think further, because Huang Fuju is very clear that Luo Tian truly has the ability to kill Song Tianji. He has personally witnessed the might of Song Tianji's divine flame. He immediately became anxious and said to Yi Yunmeng and the others, "You guys, advise Luo Tian not to act recklessly." Yi Yunmeng also knew the importance of this matter, so she said, "My husband." Huang Fuyu quickly said, "My husband, I know you're not feeling well, but please hold on. Don't do anything stupid. Luo Tian, don't panic," Qian Qian said telepathically. Almost everyone was trying to dissuade Luo Tian. Seeing this situation, Song Tianji laughed and said, "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, did you see? What qualifications do you have to fight with me? I said I wanted your brother to test the might of the formation, and he went in. I said it was a joke, and it was just a joke. What can you do to me? Kill me. Ha ha ha. Just based on you think you can kill me? Just based on what you said just now, I can disqualify you and kick you out of the Abyss College. Do you understand? Song Tianji said proudly. He is very clear in his heart that Luo Tian can't kill him. Moreover, he is even more clear that as long as Luo Tian dares to make a move, Cloud Mist College will be completely passive. Moreover, the Crimson Giant God will definitely make a move. Mo Lingzi will also make a move. If that's the case, Luo Tian won't have anything to do with the martial arts competition tomorrow, and the entire Cloud Mist College will be kicked out. So, Song Tianji has nothing to fear. He is sure that Luo Tian won't dare to act recklessly. Looking at Luo Tian's angry face, he sneered and said, Come and kill me. Dog, why don't you make a move? Come and kill me, ha ha ha. You don't dare. Kill me? Can a trash like you hurt me? Song Tianji's voice became abnormally sharp. Azure Dragon Elder and Monk Shirni's faces were flushed red as they continued to attack. However, they were crushed by the Crimson Giant God again and again. The Pope laughed incomparably happily. The Icefield King laughed out loud. Looking at Luo Tian in the middle of the field, his face was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't help but laugh and said, You really think you're a big shot in our eyes? Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha. Anger was surging. It was burning. Killing intent was rolling. Lu Zhan held onto Luo Tian's hand tightly and said, Boss, I know you want to kill him, but please hold it in. You don't represent yourself. You also represent Cloud Mist College and the sisters-in-law. If you kill him, what will happen to Cloud Mist College? Don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive, I beg you. Fatty Lu was not impulsive. Although he had been played like a monkey, he was also very angry in his heart, but he had to hold on to Luo Tian and not let him make a move. Otherwise, everything he had done before would be over. The Holy Maiden also persuaded, Luo Tian, I promise you, after this exchange, I will definitely kill Song Tianji, kill the Pope, kill the Icefield King, but now, you must calm down. Mo Lingzi was too strong. The Crimson Giant God was eyeing him covetously. If she made a move at this time, she was very clear that she couldn't guarantee Luo Tian's safety. However, they didn't know what Luo Tian had just experienced. Being crushed by Mo Lingzi, the Holy Maiden was ridiculed by the Crimson Giant God. The reputation of the Phoenix Sacred Mountain was tarnished. Little White was seriously injured. The arrangement of the Huashan ancestor. And now, seeing Lu Zhan covered in blood, he was played like a monkey. Luo Tian couldn't hold it in. He couldn't hold it in at all. If he didn't vent it out, he was worried that he would explode from the anger in his heart. But what would happen after killing Song Tianji? What about the Cloud Mist College? What about Yi Yunmeng, Qian Qian, and the rest? What about Lu Zhan, Tang San, Lin Dong, and the rest? What about the disciples of the House of Bai? What about the seriously injured Little White? Thinking of all these, Luo Tian's anger was constantly suppressed. He clenched his fists tightly and then slowly loosened them. He endured it. However, feeling that Luo Tian's anger was slowly disappearing, Song Tianji became even more proud. What? You don't dare to make a move? Didn't you want to kill me? Do you want to kill me? Luo Tian, I still played your brother like a monkey. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Fight with me? Even if you count everyone in the Cloud Mist College, you still wouldn't be my opponent. Just based on you, a small Luo Tian? Overconfident dog. Do you really think you're something? Song Tianji coldly said. He was also venting the anger in his heart. From the beginning, he had been crushed by Luo Tian. How could he not crush him now? Moreover, this was the best time to step on Luo Tian. However, he didn't understand Luo Tian. He didn't understand his character. Luo Tian originally endured it. However, some people were like this. If you didn't *CK your mother, he wouldn't know that you were his father. Song Tianji was this kind of person. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned his head, his eyes sinister, and his killing intent was released without restraint. God, explosion! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Shadow crystal break. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Target locked. The fourth chapter has been delivered. In front of us is a Fishman's second generation, super boss. Brothers, can we kill him? Requesting firepower. Chapter 1473. Teasing my brother and insulting him verbally. Fine. I'll endure it and settle the score later. But when Luo Tian was enduring everything, Song Tianji still jumped out. This made Luo Tian unhappy. Why must he step on me? Why must he slap my face? Why can't he let me off this once? Fine. Since that's the case, I'll just turn him upside down. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Tian turned around and roared. The accumulated anger was like a giant pillar of energy that shot up to the sky. With a move of his right hand, a flame shot out and locked onto Song Tianji, who was still laughing complacently. Wang, wang, wang. The sound of a bell rang continuously between heaven and earth. As soon as the divine flame came out, it drew a straight line. It directly rushed towards Song Tianji's life gate. Everyone was shocked. He made his move. Luo Tian actually made his move. Sigh. Youngsters will always be youngsters. Just a few words, and he can't hold back his anger. Once he makes his move, there's no need to think about the consequences. He'll be disqualified, and all his achievements will be wasted. Moreover, Song Tianji will also take this opportunity to kick Cloud Mist College out of the exchange venue. He's still too young. This time he's giving that God Realm powerhouse a reason to flip out. Oh no, this time Luo Tian is really finished. Seeing Luo Tian make his move, many people looked like they were watching a good show and laughed complacently. Others sighed. Luo Tian was too reckless and impulsive. The consequences of making his move would definitely be miserable. Among these people, no one thought that Song Tianji would die. One must know that Song Tianji was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. How could a mere Luo Tian kill him in one move? That was simply impossible. However, Huang Fuju and Fatty, Lu didn't think so. Seeing Luo Tian release the godly fire, Huang Fuju couldn't care less. He directly released the power of his time and space bloodline and entered the space crack. Fatty, Lu couldn't care less. He directly erupted with the power of a rank 1 god. With a wave of his right hand, he knocked 3 rainbow-colored elemental arrows and aimed them forward. Qian Qian, Yi Yunmeng, and the other girls were also prepared. Something big had happened. Chaos was about to ensue. Huang Fuya looked at Ling Zixue's blank face and immediately said, Sister Zixue, it's going to be chaotic soon. Song Tianji is going to die soon. In a moment, Abyss College will definitely declare war on Cloud Mist College. You have to be careful and quickly come here. Ling Zixue's eyes shook. Song Tianji is going to die? Killed by Luo Tian? Impossible. That flame can't kill Song Tianji. Ling Zixue said with certainty. Declaring war? Chaos? That definitely wouldn't happen. No matter how weak Song Tianji was, he wouldn't be killed by Luo Tian in one move. That was impossible. Of course. That was because she didn't understand Luo Tian at all. She also hadn't seen Luo Tian release the godly fire. Huang Fu, you also couldn't care less. She pulled Ling Zixue to her side and said, You'll know in a moment. Song Tianji's brows slightly tightened. He still laughed coldly and said, You want to kill me with this small fireball? Luo Tian, I'm really scared. Ha ha ha. His tone changed. Song Tianji fiercely shouted, Dog, you actually dare to attack me in public. I see that you've reached the end of your life. Don't blame me for being ruthless. His right palm formed a claw with 5 fingers. Shortly after, 5 thin lines appeared on the 5 fingers. The power of the origin spirit directly turned into a substance. He fiercely controlled the divine flame and coldly shouted, "You want to hurt me with this kind of trashy cultivation technique? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Get down." Before he could finish his words, Song Tianji's right hand's 5 thin lines penetrated into the godly fire. He wanted to use his power to split it, but he suddenly realized that his power was completely useless against the small fireball. Don't talk about breaking it down, it just passed through it. Whoa. Song Tianji's left hand moved and a transparent shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The godly fire still passed through and directly exploded on his face. Godly fire! Ignore defense, ignore level. At the same time, Luo Tian didn't care if it caused an instant kill or not. He took a step and heavily jumped, directly landing on top of Song Tianji's head. The moment the godly fire exploded, Luo Tian's knees heavily smashed down, directly pressing on Song Tianji's chest. His right fist moved. The white tiger roared and heavily punched down. Laugh again. Bam! The white tiger's power exploded on his face. Shout again for me. Bam! The left fist's azure dragon's power exploded on his face again. Bam! You F asterisk king laugh for me right now. Bam! BF asterisk king arrogant again. Bam! Bam, 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 finally. His fists were like a storm as he crazily struck down. Every punch contained Luo Tian's strongest power. Song Tianji's face instantly swelled like a pig's head. His front teeth fell out, his nose was crooked, and his face was covered in blood. However, the most important point was that his skin began to crack. Red magma flowed out from the cracks. Even so, Luo Tian still didn't let go and crazily vented it out. The entire audience was silent. Even Mo Lingzi and the blood-colored giant god were dumbfounded as they looked at Luo Tian. They watched as he punched down one punch after another. Every punch produced a sonic boom that exploded in the air, exploding in everyone's mind. Too fierce. Song Tianji didn't have the slightest reaction. Too valiant. Luo Tian's domineering aura was incomparable. Boom! After Luo Tian finished his last punch, he jumped and landed back on the ground. Looking at Song Tianji, who was struggling to get up from the ground, he said coldly, "I'm not qualified to fight with you? Who's not qualified now? I'm trash? Who's trash now? Abyss Academy is amazing. I can trample him under my feet in minutes." Luo Tian's fury was released to his heart's content. Song Tianji continuously tried to control himself. Both of his hands were clutching his throat, trying to expel the intense, devouring power from his body. However, it was completely useless. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Mo Lingzi with a miserable expression and said, "Young lord, save me, young lord, save me, quickly, quickly save me," while he was talking. His red and swollen cheeks began to crack. Pieces of skin and flesh dried up and fell off from his body. His entire body was emitting smoke. His entire being had turned into a steaming hot man. He no longer had the arrogance from before. He no longer had the slightest bit of complacency. There was only fear, incomparable fear. He felt the reward from the death god. Both of his knees made a popping sound and turned into black powder. His body sank as he knelt there and stretched out his arms. "Save, save!" He didn't say it out loud. His entire body exploded. Luo Tian's gaze swept across and said coldly, "Are you qualified now?" Ding! The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Old Bull loves you guys. Please support me even more crazily, ha ha ha. Chapter 1474. Dead. Song Tianji was dead. Even without Luo Tian's storm-like attacks, he would still die, because the divine fire had a chance of instant kill. Divine explosion, the shadow crystal stone that Xiao Bai brought back from the shadow mine, plus the 2nd level divine fire. It was enough to instantly kill Song Tianji. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Song Tianji, for obtaining 100 million experience points, 1 million essence chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Hunting Claw Demon Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Ding! Sin plus 1 inch. The system continuously sounded out. However, there were quite a few items that dropped, but none of them were particularly good. Of course, in this venue, Song Tianji was at most an elite-level monster. He couldn't be considered a boss, so the items he dropped were naturally weak. The strongest boss was Mo Lingzi and the Divine Realm Ranker, Blood God. However, it would be too difficult for these two people to explode. Luo Tian did not check what Song Tianji dropped. Instead, he swept his gaze across the entire venue and roared, "Who else? Who else?" Rumble, rumble, rumble. His voice seemed to produce countless echoes as it constantly reverberated in the air above the venue. That domineering aura caused everyone in the venue to be greatly shocked. Almost no one was able to react from the fact that Song Tianji was instantly killed. How did he die? Is it so easy for a Peak Emperor Realm Ranker to die? How could this be? What was that flame just now? Just how abnormal is this brat? He actually killed Song Tianji and it was an instant kill. Isn't he afraid of causing chaos? Isn't he afraid of being crushed by a Divine Realm Ranker? Just what is he thinking? Everyone was thinking in their hearts. Moreover, they couldn't figure out how Luo Tian could kill Song Tianji and what were the consequences of killing him. Boom! Luo Tian. Mo Lingzi's devil might soared to the heavens. Almost instantaneously, he flew into the air and released a powerful devil flame. His eyes gloomily stared at Luo Tian as he said in a deep voice, "You're really courting death! You're really courting death!" Mo Lingzi flew out. The power of demonic might reappeared. The entire arena was crushed. The Holy Maiden moved in an instant and landed beside Luo Tian again. The power of divine might formed a barrier around Luo Tian to protect him. At this moment, Fatty Lu couldn't care less. He also released a divine might barrier in front of Luo Tian to protect him. 2 divine barriers. Since the incident had already happened, the atmosphere at the scene was tense, ready to explode at any moment. The Heavenly Maiden whispered, "Luo Tian, quickly leave this place to us." Fatty Lu also said, "Boss, you go first." Fatty Lu's appearance shocked everyone around him. Another deity, level expert. Since when did a fat deity appear in the ancient continent? How come I've never heard of him? What's going on? The blood-colored giant god frowned. With a thought, he said faintly, "A rank 1 deity who devoured a divinity actually got a divinity in the ancient continent. However, a rank 1 deity like you who devoured a divinity is like a trash in front of me." While talking, the divine might of the blood-colored giant god crushed down. Bang, bang, bang. The power of Mo Lingzi's demonic might and the power of the blood-colored giant god's divine might constantly bombarded the divine barrier. Blue sparks splashed everywhere. The sky rumbled and the earth trembled. The Holy Maiden arched her body, trying her best to resist, but she was still constantly retreating. The blue stone on the ground was crushed by her. Fatty Lu felt even more uncomfortable. His chi and blood were roiling under his chest, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. However, he didn't give up. He constantly released his divine power and applied it to the barrier. He couldn't resist. He couldn't resist at all. The Holy Maiden's cultivation was only about the same as the blood-colored giant god. And Fatty Lu's cultivation wasn't Mo Lingzi's opponent at all. 2 against 2, they were no match at all. They were constantly being crushed. They were also constantly retreating. Mo Lingzi's monstrous demonic might crush down even more crazily. He gloomily stared at Luo Tian and said, Today, I will make you pay everything. I will use your head to be buried with Tsang Tianji. Monstrous demonic might. Boom! Mo Lingzi's whole body was covered in demonic flames. His robes fluttered, and a dark demonic flame crushed down from behind him. Break for me! Rumble. The holy maiden's divine might barrier couldn't resist. Kacha! It was fragmented and cracked open. At the same time, the power of the blood-colored giant god's divine might was also exerted at the same time. Like an ancient spear, it heavily stabbed down and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The divine might barrier released by Fatty Lu also cracked open. Bang! Bang! The holy maiden was sent flying and directly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her face was extremely pale. Looking at the motionless Luo Tian in the distance, she shouted heavily, "Luo Tian, quickly run, quickly run!" Fatty Lu fell to the ground. His whole body was indescribably uncomfortable. Just now, when the power of the blood-colored giant god's divine might blasted into his body was almost split open. It was very uncomfortable, abnormally uncomfortable. However, he still struggled to get up and frantically ran towards Luo Tian. He shouted, "Boss, run!" Just at this moment, suddenly, a crack appeared in the space around Luo Tian. Then, a hand stretched out from the crack. It wanted to grab Luo Tian and bring him into the spatial crack. Only by entering the spatial crack would they be able to escape. Just that, before he could grab Luo Tian, the blood-colored giant god's gaze shook again. A divine might grabbed at the void and directly dragged Huangfu Ju out from the spatial crack. He was heavily thrown out and directly smashed into the spectator stands. A part of the spectator stands directly collapsed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Boom! Mo Lingzi landed heavily and stood in front of Luo Tian. He said coldly, "Your strength is not bad, your cultivation is not bad, your talent is not bad, but you don't know how to endure. You can't take a few provocative words. Did you see them? They all paid the price because of your impulsiveness. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, before you die, I want to remind you that a person who doesn't know how to endure is destined to be unable to become a true expert. Look at the destruction of Haijia. Did the crown prince appear? Do you think he really doesn't know? He definitely knows, but he didn't appear. Isn't he your opponent? Definitely not. That's because he wants to break through to the immortal state and will appear in an absolutely crushing manner. At that time, you will only be an ant in his eyes. But you don't have to die in his hands. I will do it for you. A new day, the votes are up. Chapter 1475. Was he going to die? He watched as the heavenly maiden fell, watched as Fatty Lu fell, watched as Huangfu Ju was sent flying, his life and death unknown. Luo Tian's heart was in pain. It was very painful. He stood motionless in place as he kept thinking. He kept thinking about what kind of power he hadn't used yet, what kind of divine ability or cultivation method could defeat Mo Lingzi and kill the giant crimson god. However, no! Without the sin value, he could not summon the Buddha Lord. Transformation card. Thor. Hulk's transformation card was useless against Emperor Realm Rankers. The transformation card that Luo Tian obtained when he broke through to the Emperor Realm was also useless. Divine Fire? It was still on cooldown. Even if there was one, if he was lucky, he could only kill one person instantly. He was still not a match for the remaining person. What should he do? Luo Tian was filled with powerlessness. Was this the consequence? He was really angry, extremely angry. Xiao Bai was seriously injured. He was angry. Lu Zhan was played like a monkey. He was angry. The heavenly maiden was attacked with all kinds of words, but couldn't refute. He was angry, coupled with Song Tianji's expression. Luo Tian was furious and directly used his strongest power to crush him. At that time, he really didn't think about the consequences. He only wanted to kill Song Tianji. He had to kill him. This time, he felt good and ruthlessly trampled Song Tianji to death. But now, what was the consequence? He didn't think too much about it. Seeing the people around him fall one after another, he realized that there were many things that he couldn't bear. "I'm sorry." Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan, Heavenly Maiden, Huang Fuju, and looked at Yunlan, who was at ease with Yi Yunmeng and the others. He felt guilty. Because of his recklessness, the only thing he could say was that he was sorry. Mo Lingzi's devil might was even stronger than the divine might. It was the power of the Lord of Devil Abyss. Luo Tian was unable to shake it. He originally wanted to enter the Shadow Cave tonight to raise the level of the Dragon God Slash and increase the chances of the divine fire instantly killing him, but he couldn't hold back. It could only be that Luo Tian was really too angry at that time. Lu Zhan stood up with difficulty and said, "Boss, to be able to die with you is the most exciting thing in my life." With that said, Lu Zhan stood in front of Luo Tian and laughed at Mo Lingzi. "Come, you son of a B***H. If you don't kill me, I'll definitely wipe out your entire family." Ha ha ha! At this moment, Fatty Lu also began to curse without any hesitation. Mo Lingzi's face sank as he coldly snorted and said, "Brotherhood, using your body to block in front of Luo Tian. How touching! But what's the use? They will all die one by one. It will only be a matter of seconds." As soon as he spoke, Luo Tian turned around. Mo Lingzi's palm moved, and a strand of energy extended into the void. Immediately after, he made a grabbing motion, and a strand of extraterritorial energy stopped in the sky above the venue. Immediately, demonic might crushed down. The chaotic venue quieted down in an instant. Their faces were pale and they couldn't breathe. Mo Lingzi smiled and said, "Die. Rumble, rumble, rumble." He glared at the space between his eyebrows and directly pressed down on the heads of Luo Tian and Lu Zhan. "Don't! Luo Tian, boss." Yi Yunming's heart suddenly sank into the abyss. Her entire body was numb, and she even forgot to cry. She stared blankly at Luo Tian, who was in the middle of the arena. The other girls were the same. Lin Dong and Tang Sen rushed forward without any regard for their lives. "Luo Tian is going to die. The Abyss College has hidden themselves too deeply. I didn't expect that they would have Mo Lingzi, who is on par with the Crown Prince. He is actually the disciple of the Lord of Devil Abyss in the God domain. The power of this devil power is too strong. Even the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix Sky Mountain can't resist it. Sigh. This is all his fault for being too impulsive. This is because he is a brave man. Who can stand the insults and disdain that Song Tianji said? If it was me, I would also kill him. However, Luo Tian's life, sigh, what a pity. 2 miracles. This is probably the first time in the history of the ancient continent. His name will be recorded in the history books. However, compared to him, the Crown Prince and Mo Lingzi's brilliance is too dazzling. There was no sound in the arena. However, they were all thinking in their hearts. Some felt sorry for Luo Tian. Some were secretly happy. Of course, these people all had one thing in common, and that was that Luo Tian would definitely be killed by Mo Lingzi. The difference in strength between the two was too big. They weren't even on the same level. "Luo Tian, go to hell, ha ha ha." Mo Lingzi's savage voice fell, and a powerful demonic might press down. It carried incomparable arrogance, and also Mo Lingzi's own cold arrogance. Luo Tian clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He roared towards the sky. "I don't accept this! I don't accept this!" Killing Song Tianji was indeed impulsive. However, Luo Tian didn't regret it. If he had to choose again, he would still kill Song Tianji. However, facing the arrival of death, he really didn't accept it. He cultivated with all his might, and every time he leveled up, he would risk his life. However, the things he obtained after putting in 1,000 times more effort, others easily obtained them. They were both in the Emperor realm, but Mo Lingzi had a power that was even stronger than the divine might. Luo Tian was very unhappy. If the divine flame's cooldown was over, he would definitely fight again. At this moment, Luo Tian took out the last 2 drops of the all-purpose spring water. He gave one to Lu Zhan and the other to the nearby heavenly maiden. Then, with the dragon god slash in his right hand and the peerless divine sword in his left, he roared in his heart, "Ancient tree! For divine beast's old ancestor, dragon god slash! Let it all out for me." Luo Tian didn't believe in fate. He also never accepted his fate. Even if he knew he wasn't an opponent, he would still fight with all his might. He believed that man could conquer nature. Boom! 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 The azure dragon came out of his body. The white tiger roared. The vermilion bird soared into the sky, and the black tortoise possessed his body. The power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. The ancient tree also shook off tens of thousands of leaves. The leaves exploded in an instant, and the dragon god slash also erupted with a thick divine might. This was Luo Tian's most powerful strength. A blade and a sword slashed down. Ha ha ha, overestimating yourself. With just this little bit of strength, you're not my opponent at all. Mo Lingzi sneered in disdain. His power rushed forward the moment Luo Tian attacked. Bam! Rumble! The 2 forces collided. Luo Tian's power was instantly disintegrated. The demonic might only trembled slightly for a moment before transforming into a huge beast. 2 long claws aimed at Luo Tian's life gate and crushed down. Luo Tian fell from the sky. His eyes looked at the sky as his heart bled. Not good! Not good! I'm really not good! But he was going to die. The moment he obtained the power, he was going to die. Li Shueter's face appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The woman he owed the most. He secretly said, "Little sister Shui, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back on my words." He was going to die. Ling Zixue was gone. Since the morning until now, his stomach had been hurting. His whole body felt like it was about to collapse. Heat stroke, uncomfortable. Hopefully, it will get better tomorrow. Chapter 1476. Buzz. A wave of air shot out. Buzz. The venue suddenly changed, as if a wave of light had descended. Everything in front of Luo Tian's eyes changed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into Ling Zixue's purple bamboo space. Luo Tian was slightly surprised. At this moment, Ling Zixue transformed into a purple silhouette and landed beside Luo Tian, facing Mo Lingzi's demonic might that was as powerful as the ocean. She lightly smiled at Luo Tian and said, "Husband, I've come to save you." Boom! The demonic might landed on top of the purple bamboo space, and then the purple bamboo space slightly rippled. In the space, those purple bamboo leaves gently rubbed and swayed, creating a gentle breeze. It was only a slight change, but Luo Tian could clearly feel the purple bamboo space shaking, and his heart sank. The demonic might is really too powerful. Ling Zixue's face also slightly darkened. However, her expression quickly recovered, and she kept the purple bamboo space. The venue was still the same. Luo Tian was still Luo Tian, and nothing in the surroundings had changed. The demonic might that covered the sky was also completely gone. The oppressive aura in the venue also disappeared. What happened just now? A strange space filled with purple bamboos. What is that? I've never seen it before. Even Huang Fuju, who has the eternal space bloodline, can't create a space world in an instant. Furthermore, the level of this space is very high. It's too powerful. Is this Luo Tian's move? The pressure in their hearts disappeared, and everyone began to discuss again. Qian looked at Ling Zixue, who was beside Luo Tian, and said faintly, "She's so strong." Huang Fei laughed and said, "Ha ha ha," as expected of a member of our beautiful girls' squad. "She's so strong, hee hee." Yunmeng frowned and didn't say anything. In the sky above the venue, Mo Lingzi's face was somewhat displeased, but he still revealed a trace of a smile and said, "The purple bamboo space of the Lingtian Business Alliance is truly powerful. However, Ling Zixue, this is a matter between me and Luo Tian. It's not too good for your Lingtian Business Alliance to interfere, right?" The giant blood-red god also landed and stood behind Mo Lingzi, carefully taking precautions just in case. They showed enough respect and vigilance to Ling Zixue. In other words, in their eyes, Ling Zixue was extremely powerful. Ling Zixue lightly smiled. Her smile was like a pear blossom after the rain, incomparably enchanting. She lightly said, "Mo Lingzi, can you give me some face and let him go? I, Ling Zixue, will engrave this favor in my heart." Huh. Mo Lingzi was inwardly shocked. His heart was somewhat moved. He was very clear about the strength of Lingtian Business Alliance, and he was even more clear about Ling Zixue's identity. If he could make the Lingtian Business Alliance owe him a favor, the benefits he would gain in the future would be immeasurable. The giant, bloody god's expression darkened as well, revealing a hint of excitement. However, Mo Lingzi lightly said, "Song Tianji is my first master and also the dean of the Abyss College. If he was killed by Luo Tian in front of so many people, where would the Abyss College's face be placed? Furthermore, even if I don't kill him now, what about tomorrow? In tomorrow's martial competition, he will still have to die. How about, Miss Ling, it's better if you don't interfere in this matter. This is beneficial to you and your Lingtian Business Alliance." While he was speaking, a white pearl emitting a white aura appeared in Ling Zixue's hand. Her palm lightly dragged it, and that pearl floated in front of Mo Lingzi. Ling Zixue said, "Take this heavenly power pearl as an apology. As for what will happen tomorrow, I don't care. What I want is for you to let him go today. As for tomorrow's martial competition, I won't interfere again." Mo Lingzi looked at that white pearl, and his eyes were about to pop out. This is a heavenly power pearl. Even in the divine realm, it's a first-grade spirit treasure? He was secretly shocked in his heart. Lingtian Business Alliance is indeed amazing. A branch in a place like the ancient continent actually has something like a heavenly power pearl. It was the same for the giant blood god. Both of them were clear on what this pearl meant. Gulp! The giant blood god swallowed a mouthful of saliva, took a step forward, looked at Mo Lingzi and lightly nodded his head. This was something that couldn't be rejected. Mo Lingzi was very clear in his heart. With a move of his right hand, he kept the heavenly power pearl and said with a faint smile, "Since Miss Ling has spoken, even if I don't want to give face, I still have to give face. However, the favor that you owe, as usual, whether you are in the ancient continent or the divine realm, you can issue missions to any branch of the Lingtian Business Alliance or choose an item." Ling Zixue said generously. Mo Lingzi was even more moved. Whether it was issuing missions or choosing items, it was an indescribable benefit. He was incomparably happy in his heart. However, he still maintained his composure and said, "Since that's the case, what else can I say? Miss Ling, you can take him and leave now. However, before leaving, I especially want to say something to you." Ling Zixue smiled faintly and said, "Say it." Mo Lingzi said, "Why would someone as honorable as you fancy a good-for-nothing like Luo Tian? In the ancient continent, I can give you whatever you want. I can help you solve any trouble you encounter, even if it's dealing with the crown prince. Choosing Luo Tian, I really can't figure it out. Not only him. Almost everyone couldn't figure out why." Ling Zixue smiled and said, "It's good that you can't figure it out. When you can, you won't be Mo Lingzi anymore." Immediately after, Ling Zixue said to Luo Tian, "Let's go." Luo Tian stood in place. Clenching his fists, he clenched them again and again. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Mo Lingzi smiled and said, "Luo Tian, if it wasn't for Miss Ling appearing today, you would already be a dead man. You're really good at being a gigolo, ha ha ha. But you will still die in the martial competition tomorrow. You can't change anything in one day. Indeed, if it wasn't for Ling Zixue, Luo Tian would really die. This was also what made him feel uncomfortable. He needed a woman to save him. Luo Tian stared at Mo Lingzi and didn't say anything. He couldn't say a word. What could he say? Kill him tomorrow? There was no meaning. Ling Zixue whispered to Luo Tian, "Luo Tian, follow me." Fatty Lu also whispered, "Boss, let's go." The heavenly lady also walked over and said, "Luo Tian." Mo Lingzi laughed loudly. "Gigolo, hurry up and get lost. Tomorrow in the martial competition, I'll step on you again, ha ha ha." Chapter 1477. The results of the array engraving were out. Cloud Mist College was at the bottom. The last competition was beast taming. Cloud Mist College directly gave up. Because the Cloud Mist Academy had already left the arena. The next 2 rounds were won by Abyss College. Although it was said to be snatched, it was actually decided internally. Cloud Mist College's residence. In the hall, Huangfu Ju was lying on a stretcher. Fatty Lu was also lying on the ground with wounds all over his body. Little White was lying there unconscious. The heavenly lady was slightly injured, but she had used up too much of her profound qi and couldn't recover in a short period of time. Luo Tian stood there with a cold expression. The anger in his heart was still raging, but he forcefully suppressed it, because he was very clear that without strength, without a strong enough cultivation base, even if he had a monstrous anger, it was useless. Because you're not his opponent. You're not Mo Lingzi's opponent. You're not Blood God's opponent. 2 huge mountains crushed down on Luo Tian's mind, causing him to almost be unable to breathe. What happened to Little White? How did he get injured like this? Qian said with heartache. Ling Zixue took out a medicinal pill from her bosom and placed it in Huangfu Ju's mouth, then gave Fatty Lu a medicinal pill and said, "The 2 of them should be able to fully recover before dawn after taking the divine healing pill, buddy. I don't understand his injuries, and I can't find a way to treat it. The divine healing pill is useless on him. He seems to be injured, but also seems to have been poisoned by some strange poison." Little White's entire body was purple. A faint purple aura was emitting from his body. His injuries were very special. Luo Tian was also clear in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to say it, because he wanted to enter the shadow mine alone. He didn't want anyone around him to take the risk with him. Luo Tian said slightly, "I'll think of a way to treat his injuries." Then, Luo Tian looked at Ling Zixue seriously and said, "Thank you. I Luo Tian owe you. I will agree to any request you have." If Ling Zixue was not here today, he would have to bear the unimaginable consequences of his impulsiveness. He couldn't bear the consequences. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it, Luo Tian felt scared. "I was too impulsive. Remember that you're fine if you're alone, but the lives of so many people around you are in your hands. If something happens to you, what about them?" Ling Zixue smiled faintly, revealing 2 dimples. She said, "You are my husband. Helping my husband is what I should do. If you say thank you again, I won't like it." Huangfu Yu was overjoyed. She grabbed Ling Zixue's arm and said, "This is a member of our beautiful girl squadron. Little sister Zixue, I like you so much. I didn't expect you to be so strong. How about let's find an opportunity to kill Mo Lingzi tonight. Otherwise, at tomorrow's martial competition, Huangfu Yu didn't continue. Speaking of the martial competition, everyone went silent. There was only one night. How would they resist Mo Lingzi tomorrow? What would they use to resist him? Today, they had Ling Zixue's protection. What about tomorrow? Could she still protect them? Ling Zixue smiled bitterly and said, "The purple bamboo space is the space my father gave me to protect myself. This space can only be used for defense. With my cultivation, I'm not Mo Lingzi's opponent. If I was stronger than him, I would have already made my move today. As for Tomorrow's martial competition, she didn't continue. She looked at Luo Tian. She had an intuition that Luo Tian would definitely have a way to deal with Mo Lingzi. Huang Fu, you muttered. Everyone went silent. The atmosphere in the hall became oppressive. Huang Fu Ju, who was lying on the stretcher, woke up slightly. He had heard everything just now. He smiled and said, "We'll give up on tomorrow's martial competition." No. Luo Tian directly rejected. Huang Fuya also said, "Father, the rise of Cloud Mist College is your lifelong wish. If we give up this time, then Cloud Mist College will really be erased from the ancient continent." Yes, Dean. We can't give up. No matter what, we can't give up. Everyone said one after another. No matter what kind of strength they faced, they never thought of giving up. Huang Fuju sat up with difficulty with a kind smile on his face. Today he was seriously injured twice. Now that he woke up, he felt as if he had aged several decades. He said, "Cloud Mist College has students like you. Even if we lose this opportunity, I believe that she will definitely rise. I believe in all of you. Children, as long as we're alive, everything will have a chance. It's just a small exchange. Giving up is no big deal," Huang Fuju said with a smile. He was very clear about what happened today. If Cloud Mist College continued, Luo Tian would die in the battle arena. The participating disciples would all die there. He couldn't take this risk. The rise of Cloud Mist College was important, but these people's lives were more important. Therefore, he chose to give up. No one wanted to get first place more than him, but he couldn't. Everyone was silent again. Huang Fuju looked at them one by one and felt extremely gratified, especially Luo Tian, who had summoned 2 miracles in a row. This was something that had never happened in the history of the ancient continent. He smiled and said, "Don't frown. We should be happy. Not everyone can summon 2 miracles. I believe that Cloud Mist College will definitely rise in the future." Immediately after, Bai Xiong, who was beside Huang Fuju, said, "Get the disciples of the house of Bai to prepare. We will leave the Abyss College at dawn." "Uncle Huang Fu," Luo Tian said heavily. He really wanted to say something, but what could he say? Could he save it? No, he couldn't say anything now. This kind of pain made him feel suffocated. It was unbearable, very unbearable. Huang Fuju smiled and said, "Luo Tian, don't blame yourself. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to endure Song Tianji's humiliation. I would also take action. It was just that you are too powerful. You actually killed him. It was really satisfying at that time. Ha ha ha, well done. Let everyone know that our Cloud Mist College isn't easy to bully. Ha ha ha. Next time, we will do the same thing again." The more he said, the more unbearable Luo Tian felt. Unspeakable, unbearable pain. Huang Fuju continued, "As long as there is life, there is hope. We can't do it this time. Next time we will surpass them. Luo Tian, I have never seen anyone more talented than you. Be it the Crown Prince or Mo Lingzi, they can't be compared to you. You just need a little more time to grow. All right, everyone rest well tonight. We will return to Cloud Mist City tomorrow." Night fell. Luo Tian jumped out of the window without a sound. He had to change everything. "This morning I had diarrhea. The toilet was almost broken by Old Bull. In the afternoon, I was on a drip. At night, I finally got better. Thank you for your concern. Old Bull is very touched. Recently, my body is so hot that I feel weak. In a few days, it will be Nyo Nyo's birthday, and my mother's 50th birthday. Nyo Nyo and my mother have the same birthday. What a coincidence. These few days, I have a lot of things to do. Therefore, I will only update 2 chapters a day. From next week onwards, I will update 3 chapters a day. I hope everyone can understand." Chapter 1478. Night fell, not long after Luo Tian disappeared. In the guest hall of the Abyss Academy, the lights were brilliant and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Under the auspices of Mo Lingzi, the Mid-Autumn Festival was held. Many people were invited to participate. Luo Tian arrived at the back of the mountain. Blood Demon King, who was guarding the cliff behind the mountain, walked out from the darkness and said, "Master." Luo Tian asked, "Did you find anything special?" Blood Demon King replied, "Everything is normal, nothing happened." "How are brother Xiao Bai's injuries?" Luo Tian slightly said, "He's still unconscious, but I will definitely save him." Xiao Bai was also placed in the space ring by him. Just as the dragon god / had said, if he was unable to reach Tam before the sky spirit, then Xiao Bai might die. Blood Demon King frowned and said with some self-blame, "I should have gone down with brother Xiao Bai back then. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this." Luo Tian said, "Don't blame yourself. Even if you go down, it won't help. Don't worry. Xiao Bai will definitely recover tomorrow." Back then, Luo Tian had warned Xiao Bai not to enter the cave so easily, but huff! Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, the sky had completely darkened and the moon spirit was slowly rising. He also calculated the time in his heart and thought to himself, "It should be about time, right? Is that big toad still there?" Luo Tian didn't know. According to what the Boundless Sect elder said, the guardian beast would only leave tonight and return at midnight. Then, Luo Tian only had less than 5 hours left. In these 5 hours, Luo Tian only had one thing to do: raise the level of the dragon god / increase the chances of instant kill. Wang suddenly, a slight vibration appeared beneath Luo Tian's feet, and then a purple light soared into the sky from a waterfall cave below the cliff. Moreover, a wave of light shot out in the air, directly rushing towards the moon that had just risen. He left. Luo Tian saw it very clearly. He didn't think too much about it. Without my order, no one can come down. Also, if you are discovered, you must leave this place. You must not let anyone discover the cave below the cliff. Do you understand? Blood Demon King nodded and said, "Understood, Master. Be careful." "Yes." Luo Tian responded and jumped down the cliff in an instant. Then he used his chi to find the entrance of the waterfall and flew in directly. The Blood Demon King did not leave. He took out the 7-colored creation divine stone and started cultivating. He was now at the peak of the Emperor realm and was only one step away from condensing a godhead, which was the heavenly tribulation. He was adjusting his body to its peak condition. At the same time, he was also cultivating the power of creation in the rainbow divine stone. With this power, he could successfully transcend the tribulation. It wasn't just him. Lin Dong was desperately practicing the ancient halberd's heavenly dragon spear art. Tang San was cultivating the clear sky hammer attack. Fatty Lu's cultivation couldn't make any more breakthroughs, but he didn't give up. He continued to use his divine power to condense the surrounding elemental power. He continued to draw his bow and arrow, constantly changing the elemental arrows. His speed was increasing bit by bit. Although they were going to leave the Abyss Academy tomorrow morning and had to give up on this exchange. Many people would mock them for being failures. They would mock Cloud Mist College. They knew that this would definitely happen. They were unhappy in their hearts. Very unhappy. At the same time, they had never thought of giving up in their bones. But they had no other choice. The only thing they could do was to improve. Cultivate. Cultivate with all their might, not wasting a single second. They spent the entire night cultivating with all their might. In Yi Yiming's room, they leaned on the bed. They wanted to sleep, but they couldn't. What happened during the day made it difficult for them to sleep. Thinking of the pressure Luo Tian had to bear, their hearts couldn't help but ache. They had to give up the competition and leave tomorrow. The one who felt the most uncomfortable was definitely Luo Tian. The pressure he faced from Emo Lingzi, the pressure from the blood-colored giant god, and the crown prince was too great. It was so great that they couldn't imagine it. They wanted to share Luo Tian's burden, but they didn't know how. This feeling was really uncomfortable. In another place, Huang Fuju looked at the full moon in the sky with a faint smile on his face. He muttered in a low voice, "Senior brother Tianlong, I believe that you will make the same choice as me. These children are too strong. Their future is limitless. After this failure, I believe that they will work harder. Just wait, Cloud Mist College will definitely rise in their hands. I believe it." At the same time as he spoke, Huang Fuju also secretly made up his mind. Whether it was Mo Lingzi or the Crown Prince of Haijia, they were all cultivating in the outer realm. These spaces were all high-grade plains and were of great help to their cultivation, especially some special spaces. It must be the Heavenly Tao space that the Heavenly Tao had prepared for the Crown Prince. The Lord of the Devil Abyss had prepared the Devil Abyss space for Mo Lingzi. These were all cultivation spaces prepared for their cultivation and talent. Therefore, from the beginning, they had a higher starting point than Luo Tian, and their cultivation strength was stronger. He couldn't condense a powerful cultivation space for Luo Tian. However, he could use the most profound meaning of the space-time bloodline to open a space tunnel and teleport Luo Tian to the outer realm to cultivate. He was very clear that Luo Tian's cultivation method was to improve through killing people and monsters. As long as he was teleported to some plane full of monsters, his cultivation speed would quickly increase. Therefore, after returning to Cloud Mist College this time, he would immediately send Luo Tian to the outer realm to cultivate. First, let Luo Tian have a very good space to improve and give him enough time. Second, let him temporarily avoid everything. When he returned again, that would be when he was at his strongest. At that time, it would also be the time to explode. Huang Fuju placed all his hopes on Luo Tian. From the first time he saw Luo Tian, he thought so. From Luo Tian, he saw hope. As long as Luo Tian didn't die, then Cloud Mist College would have hope to rise. Suddenly, a wave of hurried footsteps entered the courtyard. "Principal, Abyss College has sent an invitation letter inviting the representatives of Cloud Mist College to admire the moon together. It's in the reception hall of Abyss College." Huang Fuju didn't even think about it and said, "Pass down my order. No one is allowed to go." Why would he go if he gave up on the competition? If he went, he would be ridiculed and ridiculed. What was the point? Then the disciple hadn't left yet. Huang Fuya and Yi Yunmeng anxiously ran into the small courtyard and said, "Father, Luo Tian is missing." Huang Fuju frowned. He understood Luo Tian. Once he could use that flame, he would definitely find Mo Lingzi for revenge. His heart immediately tightened, and he immediately shouted, "Pass down my order. All of you go to the reception hall." He secretly said anxiously in his heart, "Luo Tian, please don't let anything happen to him." At this moment, Luo Tian had already entered the shadow cave. Looking at the surrounding shadow essence, or he was dumbfounded. One chapter in the morning. If you have a ticket, please support me. Old cow thanks you. Chapter 1479. The cave was very big. It was a bit like the cave on the 18th floor of the Samsara cage. The only difference was, there was a dark river in the cave, and all the shadow was in the dark river, emitting a sparkling purple light. On both sides of the dark river, there were some pits and holes created by the river water. Some were bottomless, some are very shallow, and some are wet and slippery, with some mucus, like the saliva of some kind of animal. Luo Tian stood by the dark river, looking at the shadow in the dark river, and muttered, "This should be the abyss cave that the Hua Shan ancestor mentioned, right? This is also the shadow vein that the Boundless sect elder mentioned. No wonder. Who would have thought that the Devil sect's treasures would be hidden under the Abyss Academy? If it wasn't for this dark river concealing the aura of the shadow then this shadow vein would definitely have been discovered by the Devil sect." Luo Tian sighed. He couldn't care less. He had prepared everything, and now only the shadow was left. For tomorrow's martial arts competition, For Cloud missed college, and even more for himself. Tonight, he had to forge a super divine weapon. He had to forge an unparalleled, dark, sacred artifact and sweep through everything in an absolutely crushing manner. This was what Luo Tian wanted to do. Everything that happened today made him suppress a ball of anger that could not erupt in his heart. It made him very uncomfortable. In tomorrow's martial arts competition, he would definitely not fail. He would definitely make Cloud missed college stand at the peak of this world. Walala! Luo Tian jumped into the darkness and plunged in. With a kick of his legs, he quickly landed at the bottom of the darkness like a frog. As an Emperor Realm expert, his vision in the water was not affected much. He locked onto the direction. Luo Tian directly took out the Dragon God slash, stabilized his legs, moved his hands, and slashed with force. Cha, cha, cha! There was a burst of water, and at the same time a large piece of the shadow was cut off. Luo Tian quickly picked it up and put it into his space ring. Continue. Luo Tian unceasingly used Dragon God's slash to chop at the riverbed. The riverbed was filled with shadow ores. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry to forge a weapon. Instead, he dug out more shadow ores. He wanted to get these ores ashore first. While Luo Tian was digging for ores, the surface of the water changed slightly. In the depths of the darkness and in the deep holes on both sides of the underground river, pairs of dark green eyes flickered with fluorescent light like will-o'-the-wisps. They stared at Luo Tian in the underground river without moving their eyes. Phew! Luo Tian poked his head out of the hole and exhaled. Then he instantly went back in. The moment he came out of the water, those dark green eyes instantly closed, but Luo Tian didn't notice. More than half an hour passed. Luo Tian's interspatial ring was filled to the brim with looming shadow ores. The amount of looming shadow ores in there was probably more than all the looming shadow ores in the entire primordial continent. Let's give it a try. Luo Tian walked ashore and used his origin chi to evaporate all the water on his body. He glanced at Dragon God slash and said, "Did your master say that you will be refined by me?" Dragon God's slash didn't have a trace of astonishment. There was even a trace of disdain in its voice as it said, "Refined? I know that you summoned a miracle when you were forging today, but do you think that you can refine me like this? With your current cultivation, you can't even release my true strength. I really don't know what you're going to use to refine me." Dragon God slash was a weapon in the realm of the gods. Its strength was comparable to a realm of the gods. In the primordial continent, it was an absolute divine weapon. It was impossible for the blacksmiths of the primordial continent to refine it. Furthermore, Luo Tian didn't have the soul pearl in his body, so his forging technique was only at the first level. Refining Dragon God slash? That was too difficult. Luo Tian smiled and said, "You're right. The person who created you should have been some powerhouse from the realm of the gods. They used the bones of a dragon god to create you. Perhaps this dragon god is a fire tribute dragon god, so your strength is as fierce as the sun. You give off a burning and crushing feeling of slaughter." Huh. You're very clear about that. Dragon God slash replied with a smile. "Since you're so clear about it, then you should also know that you can't refine me. And I can't be refined by you. Even with master's strength, he couldn't refine me, so naturally, you can't do it either." His tone was a little arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Luo Tian smiled, moved his left hand, and said in a deep voice, "Peerless divine sword, come out!" Buzz. Whoosh! With a flash of red light, the peerless divine sword flew out from Luo Tian's body. It was like a red fairy, sometimes appearing on Luo Tian's right side, sometimes appearing on his left side. The moment she appeared, Dragon God's slash's expression changed. Luo Tian said, "Do you know why I took the risk of injecting the 4 divine beasts' blood essence into the peerless divine sword?" "Of course. There's one more thing that I didn't say. Other than the 4 divine beasts' blood essence, I also released the virgin blood that I had accumulated in the Imperial Goddess magic art. This is also why the peerless divine sword is like a woman's sword. In fact, she was specially refined for you. The function of the Imperial Goddess was to accumulate virgin blood. This matter was also discovered when Luo Tian condensed the 4 divine beasts' blood vein out of his body. At that time, he had an idea and directly released the virgin blood of Kai Lin, Sky Lady, Bai Lingling, Yunmeng, Chan Chan, and Huang Fuya. He wanted to refine a sword for them. Just that he never thought that the peerless divine sword that he had refined would actually have a special ability, fusing the power of the extreme yang. If the dragon god Slash was a man, then the peerless divine sword was a woman. Moreover, the peerless divine sword could fuse with the dragon god Slash and turn it into a new weapon. It was a combination of hardness and gentleness, making it even more powerful. You know, the peerless divine sword was baptized by a miracle, and her ability made the dragon gods Slash fearful. The dragon god Slash was very unhappy and said solemnly, Luo Tian, I, the dragon god Slash, will always be the dragon god Slash. Don't think that I will fuse with other weapons, even if it is the peerless divine sword. Luo Tian laughed. How would you know if you don't give it a try? I think the patriarch of Huashan should have told you to listen to your new master. I am your master now, and you have to do whatever I want you to do. Do you understand? The dragon god Slash was still unconvinced and said, New master? You are not worthy at all. To be crushed like this by a mere disciple of the Lord of the Devil Abyss. Are you worthy of being my new master? Ha ha ha. You want to refine me? If you have the ability, then come. It won't be long before that big toad returns. At that time you will know what hell is. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian grinned coldly and said, Arrogant! Humph. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Peerless divine sword, attack! Good night. Chapter 1480. Low level of refining? Unable to refine the dragon god Slash? These were not problems. What Luo Tian was worried about at the beginning, he was not worried at all now, because of the appearance of the peerless divine sword. These were no longer problems. The peerless divine sword had its own sword spirit, and this sword spirit consciousness was completely obedient to Luo Tian. After receiving the baptism of the divine light, her ability was much stronger than Luo Tian had imagined. Following Luo Tian's order, the peerless divine sword immediately moved. It flashed with a red halo, and without waiting for the dragon god Slash to resist, it immediately wrapped around it. The dragon god Slash struggled with all its might and roared, Luo Tian, you can't refine me. You can't refine me. I am a powerful weapon from the divine realm. I was forged from the spine of the dragon god. No one in the ancient continent can refine me. Luo Tian smiled and said, You're right. There's probably no one in the primordial continent who can refine you. However, she's not a human. She's a sword. I'll use my sword to refine you. An extremely ferocious and yang saber. Refine. As soon as his voice faded, the peerless divine sword began to revolve crazily. Red light sword. What it emitted was not a scorching aura, but a gentleness that was like water. This gentleness continued to seep into the dragon god Slash, changing bit by bit. The dragon god Slash erupted with an extremely ferocious power that continuously resisted. However, the more it resisted, the faster it was being refined. The dragon god Slash was roaring. To him, it was as if he was going to be castrated. Actually, Luo Tian had never thought of refining the dragon god Slash in the beginning. In his heart, he had always wanted to use the shadow or his raw stone to create a super dark, holy artifact. But in the events that happened later on, he faintly became vigilant. The dragon god Slash was something that the patriarch of Mount Hua used to monitor him. Luo Tian was not clear about the patriarch of Mount Hua's intentions, to protect him or to spy on him. Luo Tian didn't know, but Luo Tian wouldn't joke around with his own life, and he also wouldn't let something as dangerous as before stay by his side. That was why he chose to refine the dragon god Slash. Of course, it was also because of the appearance of the peerless divine sword. It just so happened that he had the power to refine the dragon god Slash. Otherwise, Luo Tian would really have a headache. Luo Tian, stop. Master won't let you off. He definitely won't let you off. The dragon god Slash was already on the verge of collapsing. It was as if the power of the peerless divine sword was specifically designed to counter him. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Since the patriarch of Mount Hua left you to me, he must have known everything. Why would he not let me go? That's good, I won't let him go." He could feel the power of the dragon god Slash being constantly integrated. Luo Tian grinned. Long Shinjan continued to roar, "Big Toad, where did you go? Hurry up and come back." Luo Tian, as long as the big toad comes back, you will die. He will definitely not let you off. Long Shinjan did not give up and said in fear. Luo Tian still had a faint smile on his face. "Don't you know why I'm here? I'm waiting for him here. Didn't you say that your strength isn't a match for the big toad? Just nice. I'll raise your strength a bit. That way you'll be his match." There were still a few hours before 12 o'clock. During this period of time, as long as the dragon god Slash was successfully forged, the chance of instant kill would increase, and the big toad would kneel on the ground and sing the song of conquest. The consciousness of the dragon god Slash was slowly being devoured. "It's time to refine. It's time to refine." Luo Tian's forehead was covered in sweat, and he started to feel nervous. At the same time, the peerless sword god transmitted a message. "Master, I'm about to refine it too. I'll leave the rest to you." At the same time as she was refining the dragon god Slash, she was also refining herself. The two peerless divine weapons completely fused together, and water and fire merged. In this split second, Luo Tian's mind tightened, and he pushed away all the distracting thoughts. His mind completely calmed down, and with a move of his right hand, 9 yuan divine art! 30 million yuan qi. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A ray of extreme yang energy rose from Luo Tian's palm, and 30 million yuan qi burned. A shadow or crazily churned in the flames, removing the impurities in the ore, perfectly releasing the power of the shadow or his instant kill attribute. In the blink of an eye, God explosion. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A refined shadow crystal stone was injected into the two peerless divine weapons. Bam! A force shot out. Whoosh! The shadow crystal that was injected earlier was instantly ejected, smashing into the wall of the cave and shattering into powder. Failure! Huff! Luo Tian was not discouraged. Embedding gems to increase a weapon's attribute was a very difficult task in itself. This kind of thing completely depended on luck, so failure was a very normal thing. Continue. Another refined shadow crystal stone was thrown into it. Bam. Fusion failed. Another failure. Continue. Bam. Fusion failed. Continue. He didn't know how many times he had failed. Fortunately, the number of shadow crystal was huge, so Luo Tian did not need to worry about that. Half an hour later. Ding. Fusion successful. Instant kill attribute chance increased. Luo Tian was overjoyed and secretly said excitedly, "Damn it, I finally succeeded once, but once is not enough. I want to refine a true dark holy artifact, a weapon that will make people tremble in fear." Continue. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusion successful. Instant kill attribute chance increased. Luo Tian did not stop. There was no other way to fuse with the shadow crystal. He could only continue to refine it, continue to fuse it, and continue to use the shadow concentrate to accumulate it. Succeeding once out of 10 times was already very good. Even if it was once out of 100 times, Luo Tian would still refine it. After 2 successes, the success rate became even lower. He didn't know how many times he had failed. About an hour later. Ding! Fusion successful. Instant kill attribute chance increased. The third time was a success. Luo Tian was secretly excited and secretly said, "Continue." Fusion failed. Fusion failed. The sound of failure continued to ring out. 2 hours later. Ding. Fusion successful. Instant kill attribute chance increased. The fourth time was a success. Luo Tian still did not give up. He continued to fuse, increasing the chance of instant kill to 100%. That way, once the divine fire came out, no matter if it was a god or a demon, they would all be instantly killed. Mo Lingzi, Crown Prince, just you wait, because he was too engrossed in the fusion. 12 o'clock had passed. It was now the 16th of August. Moreover, just as Luo Tian was completely focused on fusing with the shadow crystal, a huge figure stood at the entrance of the cave. A huge toad, the master of the river. Tam had returned. A little hint. The river lord was the interest of the old cow. He felt that the Tam in LOL was more domineering, so he used it, other than his appearance being the same. His sacred art must not be compared to the ones in LOL. Then, those with tickets would raise it up. Thank you. Chapter 1481. Ding. Fusion successful. The probability of instant kill attribute has increased. The system once again sounded out with a notification. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and muttered, "The 5th level." Ha ha ha, once was equivalent to +1. 5 successes. In other words, this weapon was already a +5 existence. In his previous life, a +5 weapon was not a good thing. It was very common, and many games had +10 or even higher attributes. However, the successful fusion of the Shadow Crystal Stone was completely different from those weapons in the game in his previous life. 5 successful fusions was equivalent to an increase of 25% in the chance of instant kill, coupled with the God Explosion. That was a 35% chance of instant kill. In other words, a 1/3 chance of instant kill. This kind of probability was quite terrifying, indescribably terrifying. However, Luo Tian didn't stop. What he wanted was a 100% instant kill rate. As long as he locked onto the target, it meant that the target was already dead. What he wanted wasn't an instant kill rate. What he wanted was the magistrate's brush lightly ticking the book of life and death. You're dead. It was such a satisfying thing. Huff! Luo Tian was already sweating profusely, and his mental strength was extremely exhausted. But he did not think of stopping. There was only this one chance, and if he missed it, it would be difficult for him to fuse with the Shadow Crystal Stone again. Again, the air moved. A wave of energy refined the Shadow Crystal Stone. It poured into the 2 molten lava that had melted into a strange flame. Luo Tian frowned, and the idea followed the Shadow Crystal Stone into the molten lava. Ding! Fusion failed. Again. Fusion failed. Continue. Fusion failed. After fusing with the Shadow Crystal Stone, Luo Tian lost track of time, and even more so, he forgot where he was. In the dark river, the ripples became slightly stronger. The dark green eyes in the deep pits stared at him without moving. Not far behind him, there was a huge toad staring at Luo Tian. Its body was emitting a ferocious aura. It was wearing a large black robe and had a large sword hanging from its waist. Its 2 long whiskers were moving as it stared at Luo Tian, watching him constantly refine the shadow crystals. Ding! Fusion successful. Insta-kill chance increased. Ha ha ha. The 6th floor. The instant kill attribute has increased to 30%. With the addition of the divine fire, it'll reach 40%. If it's combined with the hidden attribute triggered by the divine explosion, it'll reach 80%. Ha ha ha. Mo Lingzi, just you wait. Wait for me to insta-kill you in one move. Luo Tian was excited. and the anger that had accumulated in his heart also began to faintly tremble. I will definitely participate in the martial competition, and I will also take back everything. Being crushed by Mo Lingzi, Luo Tian was rather displeased. The probability of the divine fire increased, as long as it was a creature from the ancient continent, not to mention that he was a divine realm ranker. Even if it was a divine realm ranker, Luo Tian, he would be able to use the divine fire to blast him to death. This was the rule of the level 2 system. Continue. Luo Tian roared in excitement. One more increase, and it would reach 90%. One more increase, and it would reach 100%. His right hand moved. Suddenly, his right hand grabbed empty air, and the shadow crystals around him had all been refined. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Isn't it too fast? I got a bunch of shadow crystals. How could it take so long? It was also at this time. Luo Tian felt a chill coming from his back. He raised his eyes slightly and noticed that the surrounding dark holes were like the starry sky at night. Pairs of dark green eyes were staring at him. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His heart sank. Luo Tian secretly shouted, "This is bad." I forgot the time. Indeed, as he was too engrossed in refining, Luo Tian forgot the time. The chill coming from behind him was undoubtedly emitted by the River Lord, Tam. Luo Tian's gaze tightened, and the power in his body secretly surged. It was also at this time. It was unknown if the refined dragon god / kept a trace of consciousness in it, but a voice suddenly came out. "Big Toad, quickly save me! Kill him! Kill him!" Before the voice finished speaking, then it was devoured by another thought. Looking at the dragon god / and the exceptional divine sword melting into magma, Luo Tian's heart secretly became anxious. It hadn't been forged yet. Right now, he had only merged the shadow crystals into it. This weapon hadn't been completed yet. In other words, there was still one step left. Luo Tian wanted to increase the chance of instant kill to 100% before completing the last step. But now, Dragon God /! The big toad's voice was a bit rough, and it carried an incomparably thick power. It opened its mouth, and a gust of cold wind with a fishy smell blew out, blowing onto Luo Tian's body like a knife, causing him to be unable to stand steadily. Then, the big toad's gaze tightened, and its voice was ice cold as it said, "So you are the person chosen by Master? Since you are the person chosen by Master, how can you do such a thing to the dragon god /" As soon as he finished, the big toad suddenly jumped. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Luo Tian felt as if his sea of consciousness and mind were about to be shattered. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, he didn't care about himself at all. All of his attention was on the molten lava. The molten lava began to tremble, and it was constantly struggling to break free from Luo Tian's control. What should we do? What should we do? The weapon hasn't taken shape yet. It won't take shape in a short period of time. What should we do? 6 successes. It's impossible to give up just like that. If I don't give up, then I'm afraid Tam had already attacked. Moreover, with anger, his body crushed down, and Luo Tian would probably turn into meat paste. In this short span of less than a tenth of a second, Luo Tian's brain started to spin crazily as he looked at the rolling molten lava. Luo Tian's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly, both of his hands moved. Azure Dragon, White Tiger. Roar. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The Azure Dragon coiled around his left hand and the White Tiger coiled around his right hand. In this split second, Luo Tian's hands directly pierced into the boiling molten lava. Originally, he wanted to forge an even stronger blade, but now he had no choice. If he didn't let the molten lava take shape, then everything he did tonight would be a waste. Now, the fastest and only way was to use his own fists to completely fuse with the molten lava. With this little bit of time, using his own idea to create a pair of gloves from the molten lava. The power of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger were also injected into it. Ah! Luo Tian let out a low roar, his fists crazily absorbing the molten lava. The boiling molten lava almost burned his bones. It was fortunate that he had the protection of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger. Otherwise his hands would have been crippled. Tam's eyes widened in shock. The moment he landed, the molten lava was completely absorbed. Ding. A system notification sounded out. Good night. Chapter 1482. To refine a blade. Or a sword. These could all be Luo Tian's choices. However, he was forced to the point that he had no choice. If he did not complete the refinement, everything he had done before would be in vain. 6. Successful fusion with the Shadow Crystal Stone. The instant kill rate increased to 30%. Coupled with the attributes of the second-level Divine Fire, combined with the God's Explosion, the instant kill rate reached 80%. This was undoubtedly an unimaginable rate. If he gave up at this critical moment, then perhaps he would never be able to raise it to such a high level again. So, Luo Tian had no choice but to directly insert his hands into the molten lava. What kind of weapon could he refine? He didn't know. When the system's voice sounded, his chrysanthemum tightened. It was as if the whole world no longer existed. He listened quietly and prayed secretly. Sister Bo Duo, you must bless me with success. If I don't succeed, I will really be going to heaven. Failure. He would be crushed into meat paste by the River Lord in an instant. Success. There was still a chance to fight. Ding. Refining successful. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining instant kill gloves for obtaining 10 million experience points and 10 million elemental energy points as a reward. Item. Instant kill, gloves grade, unbounded attribute, 30% chance of instant kill. Description. This glove fuses with the Shadow Crystal Stone, the Dragon God's spine, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger's bloodline, the blood of a virgin, and the power of extreme yang. When the glove is formed, it will also condense a set of fist technique, Mad Dragon Fist. Description 2. Mad Dragon Fist uses an additional critical hit. Critical hit chance 3%, critical hit damage 100 times that of a normal attack. Refining successful. Luo Tian was excited. As long as the refining was successful, not to mention a glove, even if it was a rock, Luo Tian wouldn't mind. However, not only did it succeed, it even produced a set of fist technique. It even had a critical hit. 3% critical hit, not high. However, once a critical hit is triggered, it will be 100 times the power explosion. Isn't this a bit too terrifying? Luo Tian was dumbfounded. This is too unbelievable. It was already fortunate that the refining was successful. Now, there was even an additional fist technique. Moreover, just by listening to the name, one could tell that the Mad Dragon Fist was incomparably flashy. It was simply like a heifer standing on its head, awesome to the skies. Walala! 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 Luo Tian's aura exploded with a blazing sound. His hands had absorbed all the lava. When he retracted his hands, his fists were still his fists. However, his fists were now covered with thick, steel-like gloves. With a thought, the gauntlet shook violently and shot out a violent force. A ripple of power shot out. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes and stared at River Master Tam, who was pressing down on him. He grinned and said, "I'll use you to test the power of Mad Dragon Fist. First move, Berserk Dragon's Fury." Roar. Luo Tian took a step forward and punched both of his fists into the sky. The shadow of a dragon god roared out, and its power shot up like a laser cannon, directly hitting Tam's abdomen. His abdomen caved in slightly. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Waves appeared on Tam's body. Its huge body couldn't hold on in midair, and its face showed a painful expression. Tam moved its chi and retreated repeatedly. Its back was against the wall of the cave, and its feet were stuck to the wall like sticky liquid. Its two huge pupils shrank, and it said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you actually combined the Shadow Crystal Stone, the Dragon God Slash, and a few other mysterious powers together to refine the unparalleled gloves. You even have a divine ability attached to it. You really are the person that Master has chosen. However, of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have refined the Dragon God Slash, so Luo Tian, no matter how much Master likes you, it's useless. River Master released a boundless, domineering aura. With your current strength, you are not my match at all. Your gauntlet, it's mine. River Master exerted his strength once again. This time, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, and with a move of his right hand, he pulled out the sword. It was as if he was pulling out a huge mountain, giving off the feeling of hundreds of millions of kilograms of power. Whoosh! He propped himself up with his legs. The rolling stones on the cave wall fell down. His body rushed over like a bolt of lightning, and his long sword directly cut through space. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. He was very clear about the power of the Berserk Dragon's Fury just now. If it was an Emperor Realm expert, he might have been instantly killed. However, this big toad didn't feel any pain at all, nor was it injured at all. No wonder Elder Wu Liang had repeatedly warned him that the guardian beast was too powerful. However, Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and his fighting spirit soared like a raging fire. His fists that were raised in the air suddenly sank, and he said in a deep voice, Second move! Berserk Dragon Break. The instant kill gauntlet on his fists began to spin, just like modern machinery. Kacha! 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 A dragon spike directly appeared on the gauntlet. The dragon spike flickered with a dark light. At this moment, the power of darkness gathered on the dragon spike, and the power of the sacred artifact burst out. Luo Tian did not dodge or force and faced it head-on. Break! Clang! Flames shot out in all directions. Charge again! Clang! Flames splattered everywhere. Waves of power burst out one after another, and the thought of it was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they collided more than 10 times. They were ejected. River Lord's face was a little ugly, and his eyes turned sinister. The power of your gauntlet is beyond my imagination, but I don't want to waste any more time with you. Luo Tian, accept the baptism of death. Immortal mode. Luo Tian's eyes were stunned. From the first time he saw River Lord, he thought of the Toad Boss in Naruto. Now that he had entered immortal mode, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Hey, it can't really be Toad Sage, right? Then all the more I have to knock him down. Suddenly, Luo Tian's fists moved. There was another series of crackling sounds on the gauntlet. Luo Tian roared in a deep voice, Berserk Dragon God Force, come out! Swish, 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 swish. The power suddenly changed, and both of Luo Tian's arms were trembling. If not for the fact that his body had reached the 8th level, he would not have been able to withstand it. The power of the Dragon God was activated, and the moment the big toad transformed into immortal mode. Luo Tian attacked. Ding! Triggered critical hit. The 3% critical hit attribute was triggered. His strength had increased by 100 times. Luo Tian grinned and said excitedly, let's see if your immortal mode is strong, or if Laozi's critical hit is strong. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook. 2 figures were sent flying. Luo Tian had blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was incomparably pale. The wall behind him was smashed open by him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. F*CK, immortal mode is too strong. Tam was also severely injured. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Luo Tian and leaped up. At this moment, the insta-kill gauntlet emitted an aura of death. Ding! Target locked. The first chapter was delivered. Let's count the tickets. Chapter 1483. How strong was the River Lord? Critical strike, 100 times the strength of an attack, was not enough to seriously injure him. This defense, this damage, immortal mode was simply too strong. Luo Tian was really drunk. No wonder Long Xinjian, with his arrogant temper, admitted that he was inferior to the River Lord. Now it seemed that this big toad was really not ordinary. In the ruins, Luo Tian shook off the gravel on his body and stared at the big toad that was charging towards him from afar. His eyes twisted, and he said gloomily, "I'll let you experience the peak of the profound meaning of strength." At the same time, ding! Target locked. The divine fire had locked onto him. At this time he did not release it. Luo Tian grinned excitedly and said, "God explosion!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power on the Instacle gloves suddenly moved, and with a few kacha-kacha sounds, it became even more ferocious, as if it had received a boost of strength. The chance of instant kill increased. It directly soared to 80%. This chance could be said to be an extremely terrifying existence. "Today I'll use you to practice." Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Looking at the River Lord who was pressing down, he could not wait any longer. At this moment, although he had locked onto Tam, Luo Tian did not immediately release the divine fire. Looking at Tam's arrogant expression, he laughed. "Let's see how arrogant you are later." Just as Luo Tian's body was churning with power, in the blink of an eye, Tam seemed to have seen through something. It also seemed to know that Luo Tian was about to release the godly fire. Its originally aggressive appearance instantly disappeared. Moreover, it fell vertically from midair. With a bang, it directly knelt on the ground. "Master, please spare my life." The change was too fast. It was so fast that Luo Tian couldn't react in time. Moreover, he had almost released his divine flame. Seeing Tam kneeling on the ground, Luo Tian frowned and asked in surprise, "Spare my life? It should be you sparing my life, right? You want me to spare your life? Are you sure you're not wrong?" Tam knelt on the ground with incomparable respect and said bitterly, "Master, stop pretending. I was blind at first. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have been rude to you. I kowtowed to you." His huge body directly kowtowed. Even the ground cracked from the impact. With this kneeling and kowtowing, Luo Tian was completely stunned and asked again, "What do you know?" Tam immediately replied, "Your gloves were refined using the Dragon God Slash and the Shadow Oregon. To be able to refine the Dragon God Slash, you must have used some extremely soft items. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to refine it. I don't care about that. The Dragon God Slash is too arrogant. Sooner or later, it will suffer a loss. It's his good fortune to be able to be refined by Master. Other than that, the Shadow Crystal Stone is used to forge dark sacred tools. It can make weapons evolve and have some special abilities. The Shadow Crystal Stone is the most precious treasure of the Devil Sect. The Shadow Mineral Vein here is the only mineral vein in the ancient continent. Even the Abyss College, the leader of the Devil Sect, doesn't know about this place. You were able to find this place and forge a full set of Shadow Crystal Stones in the time that I only leave for a few hours a year. This is enough to show how powerful you are." His face was full of praise. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "Get to the point." "Yes, sir." Tam chuckled and said, "The point is, you have a power that can kill everything in an instant, I'm afraid." He saw through it. He saw through the divine fire's instant kill attribute. Luo Tian's heart sank slightly. If that was the case, then this big toad was really special. Even the divine fire was seen through. It would be a lie if Luo Tian said that he was not shocked, but his expression did not change, and he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he took out Little White from the space ring and said, "Save him first." Tam stared at Little White, and his pupils shrank slightly. Then he immediately smiled and said respectfully, "I was wondering whose battle pet was so powerful. It's actually at the demigod realm. It seems that it's Master's battle pet. If I knew earlier, I definitely wouldn't have hurt him." Luo Tian said impatiently. He's my brother. Heal him first. At this moment, Luo Tian did not relax. The divine fire was still locked onto Tam, ready to be released at any time. Tam immediately said, "No problem." As soon as his voice fell, with a long tongue, he directly rolled little white into his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing Luo Tian's forehead tremble, he immediately explained, "He was poisoned by my toad poison. The way to detoxify it is to swallow him into your stomach and spit him out later." While they were talking, Tam continued, "Master, can you cancel that instant kill power? It's too terrifying. I'm about to pee my pants." As expected, he was afraid of the divine fire. He was only like this when faced with the threat of instant death. What if a divine fire was put away? He could kill himself in an instant. Luo Tian was not stupid, so he naturally would not listen to Tam's words. Moreover, the dragon god Slash was something left behind by the patriarch of Hua Mountain, and so was this big toad. What exactly did the patriarch of Hua Mountain want to do? Protect or monitor? These were all things that Luo Tian could not be sure of. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, and that was that he would definitely not leave any hidden dangers around him. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Since you call me master, then let's sign a contract. After signing the contract, I'll naturally withdraw my killing power. You don't have to be afraid." Luo Tian smiled and said, "You don't have to be afraid." "Of course. You don't have to sign the contract. I am the kindest person in the world. I will never force you to do anything. Don't you think so?" Luo Tian smiled wickedly as he raised the instant kill set. The power of the instant kill set continued to surge. The river lord was about to cry. Bracing himself, he nodded and said, "Yes, master. You are a great philanthropist. You are the best person in the world. Sign a contract?" "I'll sign it. I'll definitely sign it. Don't worry. Even if you didn't come today, I still plan to look for you. The old master specially instructed us to protect you well." Luo Tian quickly completed the rune contract. The contract was the same as the Blood Demon King. Moreover, the binding force of this contract was even stronger than that of the Blood Demon King. Luo Tian directly used his blood essence as a guide. "Once you sign it, you will be my Luo Tian's brother." Luo Tian said with a smile, "Of course, if Tam did not sign it, then the divine fire would instantly descend. He would absolutely not tolerate it. Sign or not? Sign and you can live. Not sign, then just wait to be killed." Tam was extremely regretful in his heart. Why didn't he immediately stop Luo Tian from refining the shadow crystal stone? What was the use of regretting now? His eyes were wet as he said with tears in his eyes, "I'll sign." Brothers, good night. A special reminder, tomorrow's update will be at night, and you have to go out to do things during the day. Chapter 1484. Abyss College Banquet Hall. Clang! A wine glass shattered under Huangfu Ju's feet. Mo Lingzi sneered and said, "I called you here because I think highly of you. Don't be so shameless. If it wasn't for Lingtian Merchant Alliance's Miss Ling, do you think you would still be standing here? Luo Tian is nothing more than trash in my eyes. Who does he think he is? Do I need to scheme against him?" "Tisk," Mo Lingzi said in disdain. Today was August 15th. Abyss College invited many forces to discuss how to deal with the demon army. Originally, Huangfu Ju didn't plan to participate. He wanted to bring Luo Tian and the others back to Misty Cloud City after daybreak. However, Luo Tian suddenly disappeared. Huangfu Ju immediately suspected that Mo Lingzi secretly made a move. He immediately brought everyone here and asked Mo Lingzi for Luo Tian. However, in the end, he didn't even need to think about it. He was ridiculed and ridiculed. Huangfu Ju didn't care about any of this. He continued, "Mo Lingzi, Luo Tian disappeared from Abyss College. If this matter has nothing to do with you, then is it done by someone else from Abyss College? Or Huang Fuju looked at the Pope and Bing Yuanwang. Without waiting for them to speak, Mo Lingzi smiled and said, "You came to find me because Luo Tian disappeared. Am I his father?" Huang Fuju, I respect you as an elder, but my patience is limited. If a mere Luo Tian died, then he died. If I did it, would I not admit it? The Pope smiled and said, "Is there a need to think about it?" Luo Tian must be afraid of tomorrow's martial arts conference, and ran away. Ha ha ha. Fatty Lu said directly, "Get lost. My boss won't run away." Bing Yuanwang sneered and continued, "If he didn't run away, then why did he disappear? Why are you guys here to find someone? Do you think Mo Lingzi will make a move on Luo Tian? Luo Tian was crushed like a dead dog in front of him. Do you think he needs to secretly scheme against Luo Tian? You only have one night. The martial competition will begin at dawn. At that time, Luo Tian will still die. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You overestimate yourself. You really think you're some big shot, huh? You don't know that you're just a little bug that can't be brought to the table. Back then, he was crushed by the crown prince. Now he is being crushed by Mo Lingzi. Luo Tian, divine great talent? What a joke, ha 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 ha. The hall was filled with mocking laughter. Huang Fuju was speechless. Elder Azure Dragon had a belly full of anger, but he couldn't vent it out. After all, it was a fact that Luo Tian was crushed, and it was also a fact that Mo Lingzi was too strong. However, he and the other 3 elders didn't give up on Luo Tian. Furthermore, after dawn, the patriarchs of the 4 divine beasts clan would rush over. At that time, no matter what price they had to pay, they had to protect Luo Tian's life. Monk Shur-Enai held his Buddhist beads in his hand with an ugly expression. Several of the Buddhist beads in his hand had been crushed into powder. He was also furious. Mo Lingzi sneered, "Huang Fuju, after tomorrow, I estimate that Cloud Mist College will completely disappear from the ancient continent. I suddenly feel that you don't have the qualifications to attend this banquet tonight. As for Luo Tian's disappearance, don't worry, he won't be able to escape. I've long guessed that he would escape. So the barrier protecting the Abyss College hasn't been closed. He won't be able to leave. As long as he's within the range of the Abyss College, don't worry, I'll definitely make him appear in tomorrow's competition." His heart turned cold. Mo Lingzi snorted coldly. "Want to leave? Then you don't understand how Mo Lingzi, can do things. You're thinking too much if you want to leave alive after killing the dean of the Abyss College." Shortly after, Huang Fuju said, "Cloud Mist College withdraws from this exchange. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave on our own. I hope you can open the barrier and let us go down the mountain." Originally, they wanted to leave without saying goodbye, but now it seemed that they couldn't. If the barrier wasn't closed, they wouldn't be able to leave. Mo Lingzi was stunned. The Pope, Bing Field King, and the others were all shocked. "Withdraw from the competition," Mo Lingzi faintly said. "Withdraw from the competition? Huang Fuju, aren't you thinking too simply? Do you think that this exchange is something you can participate in as you wish and withdraw as you wish? Right now, I'm the dean of the Abyss College. I don't agree with Cloud Mist College withdrawing from the exchange. If you want to withdraw, then withdraw after the martial competition. Want to leave? No way." The Pope laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, after the martial competition ends, the representatives of Cloud Mist College will all be dead. What's the point of withdrawing?" Bing Field King followed and said, "It's a pity that so many beautiful women died. Why don't follow me? I'll make all of you happier, haha." At the same time, Mo Lingzi retracted his gaze. With respect in his eyes, he said to Ling Zixue, "Miss Ling, what I said just now was targeted at them. You're my VIP. I hope that you can stay for a few days after this exchange is over. We can communicate more. If you have any problems, I can help you solve them." Ling Zixue said, "Thank you for your kindness, Dean. I'm Luo Tian's woman. Naturally, I'm from Cloud Mist College. Tomorrow, I'll stand with Cloud Mist College." Huang Fuye immediately held Ling Zixue's arm and said, "Did you hear that? She's Luo Tian's woman, Luo Tian's woman, Luo Tian's woman. You toad who wants to eat swan meat, do you understand? You like Sister Zixue and want to keep her? Humph, humph, you toad, get lost." "Poochie!" Huang Fuye was incomparably valiant. The girls pursed their lips and laughed. Mo Lingzi's expression instantly changed. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Ling Zixue took a step forward and said, "Mo Lingzi, if you really want to give face to Lingtian Business Alliance, then agree to Dean Huangfu's request. Let them withdraw from the competition and leave here. I, Ling Zixue, will remember this favor. You see, without waiting for Ling Zixue to finish, Mo Lingzi interrupted. Lingtian Business Alliance is indeed powerful, but this is the ancient continent and not the divine realm. Right now, I have the final say in the Abyss College. I have the final say in the ancient continent. If I want someone to die, that person won't be able to live. Want to withdraw from the competition? Not a chance." The words Luo Tian's woman provoked Mo Lingzi. He wanted to curry favor with Ling Zixue and build a relationship with Lingtian Business Alliance. However, Huang Fuye's words and Ling Zixue's attitude made him extremely unhappy. He would never let them leave. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. "Who said we're withdrawing from the competition? Don't worry. We will appear on time tomorrow. Mo Lingzi, you just wait for your father to clean your butt." Luo Tian was back. "Thank you for the rewards, brothers. Old Bull loves you guys to death." Chapter 1485. Luo Tian's appearance silenced the crowd. Everyone's gaze was on Luo Tian outside the hall, including Mo Lingzi. Luo Tian didn't walk in and just stood there. He was also looking at Mo Lingzi. Their eyes met and killing intent surged. Mo Lingzi's aura moved slightly, and the corner of his mouth drew back. He sneered and said, "I thought you escaped. I was really worried that you would crawl out of the dog hole. Seeing that you're still here, I'm relieved." He used his demonic aura to sense Luo Tian's aura. It was still the same as during the day. There was no change. Third Order Emperor Realm Venerable was still Third Order Emperor Realm Venerable. There was no improvement in his cultivation. If his cultivation didn't improve, his strength wouldn't improve. Luo Tian was still the same Luo Tian who was crushed by him during the day. He didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. Luo Tian smiled slightly and didn't reply. Instead, he said to Huangfu Ju, "Uncle Huangfu, let's go. Starting tomorrow, Abyss College will disappear forever." As soon as his voice fell, the hall was in an uproar. Several Abyss College's elders were furious and immediately shouted, "What an arrogant tone! Even if your Cloud Mist College's ancestor was here, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Luo Tian, you're too arrogant. Have you forgotten how you were crushed during the day? If it weren't for Miss Ling, would you still be standing here alive?" Mo Lingzi didn't get angry, and he smiled as he looked at Luo Tian and said, "Even if you attract the heavenly tribulation and forcefully overcome it to become a rank 1 deity and obtain the strength of a god domain, you're still not a match for me. Luo Tian, I can play you to death however I want, understand?" The Pope laughed and said, "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Icefield King said, "We're going to see the King of Hell tomorrow. There's still a little time left to talk." The Azure Dragon Elder was slightly angered and shouted, "Look at the two of you! You two lackeys are really powerful." Suddenly, Luo Tian walked up the steps, looked at the smiling Mo Lingzi and said, "What does a deity realm powerhouse count for? So what if it was demonic power? Mo Lingzi, do you dare to take a gamble? The fate of the academy is on the line. Whoever loses will have to disband the academy and never rebuild it again. Moreover, all the forces of the losing side will have to obey the orders of the winning side. You dare to bet?" His voice was very calm. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, an elder jumped out and shouted, "How dare you! What qualifications does Cloud Mist College have to compare with Abyss College? Your Cloud Mist College is like a stray dog that will disappear forever in a few days. Well said. You don't have the qualifications to bet with us. Luo Tian gout. He was furious. Of course. Luo Tian also knew that the current Cloud Mist College and Abyss College were not on the same level. There were only 100 or so students left in Cloud Mist College. The Emperor Realm powerhouses in Cloud Mist City were all killed by Luo Tian. In any way, Cloud Mist College was not on the same level. But Luo Tian saw the arrogance in Mo Lingzi's eyes, his arrogance and his confidence that despised him. Luo Tian sneered and said, "So you are not the dean of Abyss College? I thought you could represent Abyss College. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, you can't make the decision, so you can't afford to bet. Uncle Huangfu, let's go. It's too boring here." After saying that, Luo Tian turned around and was about to leave. Huangfu Ju brought the crowd and followed. Mo Lingzi smiled softly and said, "Provocation!" Luo Tian said as he walked, "It's not provocation. If you want to play, then play big. If you can't afford to play, then move aside. Anyway, you are also a puppet. You can't make such a big decision, and I'm too lazy to waste time with you." What a joke! The dean of Abyss College. Ha ha ha, he sneered. Several elders immediately shouted, "Dean, you can't bet with him. It's meaningless. Cloud Mist College has already become a ruin. What's the use of it? Yes. They can't even protect themselves now. Tomorrow at the martial competition, they will be trampled to death. Cloud Mist College is already a name only." Mo Lingzi was very calm. He was not angered by Luo Tian's words. But Ling Zixue turned around and glanced at him with a trace of disdain in her eyes. Because of this disdainful gaze, he was angered and shouted, "I'll bet with you!" Luo Tian was happy in his heart and stopped his footsteps. Mo Lingzi's figure moved and landed at the entrance of the hall. He said, "I have no interest in your Cloud Mist College, but I am very interested in her. Isn't she your woman? If you lose, just give her to me." Mo Lingzi's gaze fell on Ling Zixue, and the corner of his mouth carried a playful smile. Luo Tian's brows tightened, and the suppressed anger in his heart rolled. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Huang Fuya took the lead and shouted, "Get lost! Luo Tian, you can't bet with him. You can't bet. Sister Zi Shui isn't an item. How can you gamble with her? If you use her as a bet, I will hate you. Qian is right." The girls immediately became angry. Mo Lingzi smiled proudly and said, "What's wrong? You don't dare? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, I didn't expect you to be afraid of women. You are really useless, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The hall burst into laughter. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. Huangfu Ju gently grabbed his arm, indicating that he couldn't gamble. If it weren't for Ling Zixue, they would have died here. Moreover, Ling Zixue admitted in front of so many people that she was Luo Tian's woman. If Luo Tian agreed now, what would Ling Zixue feel? She would definitely feel uncomfortable. Any woman would feel uncomfortable. Luo Tian also knew in his heart. Originally, he wanted to anger Mo Lingzi and then directly change the Abyss College into a subordinate force of Cloud Mist College. But now, at this moment, Ling Zixue first glanced at Luo Tian, then smiled faintly and said, "If Luo Tian doesn't agree, I will. I am his woman, so I will agree on his behalf. If you win tomorrow, I will be yours. If you lose..." Mo Lingzi laughed excitedly and immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't lose." Ling Zixue continued, "If you lose, then you have to abide by the bet." Mo Lingzi looked at Ling Zixue and said with a smile, "No problem, little sister Zixue. Don't worry, you're mine. At this time tomorrow, you're my woman. I'll let you know what a real man is, ha ha ha." His heart became evil, and he was extremely unhappy. Luo Tian, just wait for your death tomorrow. Then, Ling Zixue held onto Luo Tian's hand and said gently, Husband, I have used myself as a bet. You can't lose tomorrow. Brothers, thank you for your support today. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1486. The bet was a little too big. Even his wife was betting on it. Luo Tian didn't want this to happen. No matter what Ling Zixue's purpose was, she had helped him and saved him. Luo Tian was grateful in his heart. And now that she had put herself in danger for him, Luo Tian's heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he didn't know what to say. Back at the temporary residence, the atmosphere was a bit stifling. Huang Fuju also didn't want to give Luo Tian too much pressure, and said faintly, Everyone rest early. Tomorrow we will fight with all our might. Immediately after, Huang Fuju and Luo Tian laughed. Don't be too pressured. I believe in you. Boss, I believe in you too. We believe in you too. Believe? To be honest, Luo Tian himself didn't believe in himself. An 80% chance of instant kill was indeed high, but what if it didn't succeed? What if it didn't trigger an instant kill? It wasn't impossible, but what should he do at that time? What power should he use to resist Mo Lingzi? Resist his devil might? Dragon God forbidden technique? The 8th level's physical body couldn't withstand it at all. Other than this, was there any other power? The power of the devil might was the power of the overlord of the divine realm's devil abyss, and this power surpassed the power of the god might. Just like what Mo Lingzi had said, even if you transcended the tribulation and condensed your divine deity, you still wouldn't be his opponent in a short period of time. What should he do? What if it didn't trigger an instant kill? Luo Tian didn't know. Looking at everyone, he secretly clenched his fists and thought to himself, no matter what, I will definitely not let them get hurt. No matter what, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect them, I swear. Huang Fuju said, All right, everyone hurry up and rest. Yeah, you guys shouldn't disturb him anymore tonight. Let Luo Tian have a good night's rest, understand? Huang Fuju specially instructed. The meaning behind his words was very simple. Don't share the same bed as Luo Tian tonight. One had to know that having sex in the same bed was very exhausting. What if he didn't have any strength the next day? Huang Fu, you naturally understood. Her cheeks blushed slightly and said, I understand beautiful girl squad will definitely not disturb him tonight. All the girls blushed inwardly. Huang Fuju waved his hand and said, All right, go and rest. With that, he left the house. The others also left one after another and returned to their respective rooms. Tossing and turning on the bed, no one could fall asleep. Tomorrow might be the last battle. Could he survive? He didn't know. Fatty Lu sprung up from his seat and knocked an arrow on his bow. The elemental arrows moved, and 3 arrows were knocked on the bow. He locked onto one spot and practiced repeatedly. He didn't know how to help Luo Tian, but he wanted to share the burden with Luo Tian. Now, the only thing he could do was to continue cultivating. Lin Dong was in the backyard brandishing the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd. The ancient halberd in his hands was like a swimming dragon, instantly thrusting out dozens of times, exceptionally valiant. Tang San was studying the clear sky hammer at the side. The girls also sat down cross-legged, silently sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. A disciple of the house of Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling were both cultivating nonstop. The last battle, the only thing they could do was to increase their strength a little bit before dawn to share more of the burden with Luo Tian. Luo Tian, he also didn't sleep. With his Emperor Realm cultivation, it didn't matter whether he slept or not. After they left, he slightly checked the proficiency of the divine fire. There are only a few hours left before dawn. I have to hurry. So, Luo Tian used the divine void mirror to summon his doppelganger. Then his figure moved and instantly disappeared. Abyss College in a secret room. Luo Tian didn't leave. Those trash from Cloud Mist College are all cultivating in seclusion, trying to increase their strength in the last bit of time. What's the use of cramming at the last minute? An elder said to Mo Lingzi in a respectful tone. Dean, the Abyss College will definitely become famous in the martial competition tomorrow. Your name will also surpass the Haijia Crown Prince. Mo Lingzi smiled faintly. Although he had experienced many things, he was still young and full of vigor. Hearing someone compliment him, he naturally felt a little proud. Mo Lingzi said, "Is there any movement from Luo Tian?" "No, not at all. He's sitting alone in the room, like a block of wood. I think he's crippled." Mo Lingzi sneered and muttered, "I really don't know where your confidence comes from, to actually dare to challenge me. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Master has always wanted to build a relationship with the Lingtian Merchant Union. If you become my woman, this relationship will naturally open up. Master will definitely be very happy." Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Would a woman like Ling Zixue like you? She's definitely using you. Don't worry, when you die tomorrow, all your women will be mine, ha ha ha, immediately. Mo Lingzi said, faintly, "Blood spirit, you stay. You guys can leave first. I have something to discuss with him." Understood. There were only 3 people left in the secret room. Mo Lingzi, the blood-colored giant god and blood spirit. Mo Lingzi said, "I didn't expect that Cloud Mist College would actually have a student who could devour divinity. He's also the only one who can pose a threat to me, so, Blood Spirit, I need your body." Without waiting for Blood Spirit to agree, Mo Lingzi directly signaled to the blood-colored giant god with his eyes. The blood-colored giant god immediately understood Mo Lingzi's meaning. With a sinister grin, a blood-colored light directly rushed into Blood Spirit's body, instantly seizing it. Blood Spirit revealed the blood-colored giant god sneer and said to Mo Lingzi, "Young master." Mo Lingzi smiled and said, "Tomorrow you'll fight with me." The power of demonic might wasn't Mo Lingzi's power. Excessive use would also have a time when it would be exhausted. If the power of demonic might was exhausted, he wouldn't be afraid of Luo Tian and could still crush him. However, Luo Tian's power of divine might would pose a threat to him. For safety's sake, he directly let the blood-colored giant god take over his body to participate in the competition. This way there would be no mistakes. Mo Lingzi laughed sinisterly and muttered to himself, "Want to fight with me? Lousy will play you to death, ha ha ha." In another place, in a valley in the Abyss mountain range, God burst. Boom. Ding. Target locked. Divine fire. Boom. Luo Tian constantly released divine fire and God burst. He was also constantly testing the 80% instant kill rate. According to the probability, there was an 8 out of 10 chance of an instant kill. However, this was only a probability and couldn't explain everything. Luo Tian was also very clear about this point. 80% instant kill rate. If he could upgrade the level of divine fire by 1 level, then the instant kill rate would increase to 90%. This was also what Luo Tian wanted to do. The cooldown ended. Divine fire and God burst were released at the same time, when the sky was slightly brighter. Ding! Divine fire level up. Level 3 divine fire. There was still 1 more chapter in the morning, and there were things to do in the afternoon and evening. Today's 2 chapters would be written and updated in the morning. Chapter 1487. Early morning. On the training field of the exchange. The battle barrier was set up early. The battle was divided into 2 parts. Team battle, ranking battle. The team battle in the morning and the ranking battle in the afternoon. Before dawn, there were already a lot of people gathered here. They were all here to grab a good spot and watch an exciting match. Martial arts conference, and it's even a team battle. This time, it will definitely be interesting. For Divine Beasts Continents, 4 Divine Beasts Super Warrior. Eurasia's Royal Golden Cavalry. Icefield Snow Country's Icefield Giant. There's nothing interesting about what you said. Today's main event is Abyss College versus Cloud Mist College. Have you heard? Luo Tian actually took out his own woman to bet, and she's even the miss of Ling Tian Merchant Alliance. I think he's crazy. If it wasn't for Ling Zixue saving him yesterday, would Luo Tian still be alive? But he took her as a bet. I look down on this kind of man from the bottom of my heart. I despise him. I despise him too. Damn, those women around him are all blind to fancy such a man. Before entering the venue, the entire venue was in an uproar. They were all discussing today's martial arts conference. Of course, the center of their discussion was how Mo Lingzi was going to crush Luo Tian. How many moves? One move is enough. The demonic aura he released can directly crush Luo Tian to death. Ha ha ha. The facts have proven one point. No matter how good your alchemy and refining are, it's useless if your strength can't keep up. Strength decides everything. Ha ha ha. They're here. Abyss College's people are here. The entire venue suddenly went silent. Everyone's gazes were uniformly directed towards the entrance of the venue. Walking at the very front was Mo Lingzi. His face was cold and arrogant, his eyes were filled with contempt, and that kind of self-confidence of being superior to others. He didn't place anything in his eyes. So handsome, so cool. Mo Lingzi cast a sideways glance at the empty Cloud Mist College's location. The corner of his mouth drew back, revealing a disdainful sneer as he inwardly said, Luo Tian, no one can save you today. Walking behind him was Spirit Bloodchild. His expression was also cold and disdainful. The people from the Eurasian Vatican were here. They were all royal paladins, and their armor was shining with holy light. These paladins were all blessed by the Holy Lord, and their power was all holy power. Their armor was also blessed by God. Its defense was abnormally strong. Bang, 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 the earth was shaking. The venue was shaking, and the tourists in the stands were so shocked that their faces turned white. The giant warriors from the glacier country are here. Their bodies were covered in long snow-white fur, and they were at least 10 meters tall. Their physiques were as tough as a small mountain, and they were abnormally strong. The giant warriors of the Icefield Snow Country were divided into two forms, the ordinary human form and the giant form. But not every slayer from the Icefield Snow Country could become a giant warrior. They had to go through countless experiences to be able to activate the giant bloodline in their body. Each giant warrior was an existence that could fight against a million, and they were abnormally strong. The entire venue was shocked. They had all revealed their trump cards. Everyone wanted to win. Everyone wanted to become the number one force in the ancient continent. Even Mo Lingzi from the Abyss College was the same. The Icefield King laughed and said, Dean Mo Lingzi, you have to be merciful in the martial arts conference, ha ha ha. Mo Lingzi smiled and said, you brought the giant warriors here and you want me to be merciful? I think you guys are the ones being merciful, ha ha ha. The Pope laughed and said, what is there to be merciful about? We have taken over the alliance. No matter who wins, we are the winners. As long as the 4 divine beasts don't take first place, it's fine. As for the Cloud Mist College? Hee, Dean Mo Lingzi, we won't fight with you, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The 3 of them laughed loudly. Last night, after Luo Tian left, Monk Shirenai and Elder Azure Dragon also left one after another. The 3 major forces took the opportunity to form an alliance and formed a united front. No matter who won first place in the martial competition, they would eliminate the other 3 major forces first. It must be known that the martial arts conference's team battles were a chaotic battle, an extreme chaotic battle. The 6 forces entered the arena together and fought together. The one who won in the end was the winner. Monkshire and I entered the arena. They were all dressed in the same cloth robes. Only under the robes, one could faintly see the power of their powerful muscles. They were incomparably valiant. Every monk had the same expression, only their skin was a bit yellow, like the 18 bronze men of the Shaolin Temple. Following closely behind was the 4 divine beasts continent. Elder Azure Dragon led the group. Compared to yesterday, today, Elder Azure Dragon had a confident smile on his face. Just half an hour ago, he had received news that the clan leaders of the 4 divine beasts clan had all hurried over, and had brought all of the elite warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan. In other words, no matter what happened today, they had to protect Luo Tian. If anyone dared to make a move, the combined power of the 4 divine beasts would instantly crush them. Yesterday, they were a bit uncomfortable from being crushed, so they couldn't vent their anger. But today, Elder Azure Dragon slightly raised his eyes, glanced at Mo Lingzi, the Pope, and the Glacier King, and shouted in his heart, "Today, you guys can show off for this old man again. Today, even if the Heavenly Emperor came, I wouldn't be afraid." The 4 divine beasts had enough foundation to be arrogant. The 5 forces entered the arena one after another. Now, only the people from Cloud, Mist College, were left. The Pope mocked, "Don't tell me they really escaped through the dog hole, ha ha ha." The Glacier King laughed and said, "Who knows, even if they didn't escape through the dog hole, they would all become dead dogs today." "Don't say that. Those beautiful women still have to stay, especially that holy maiden of the Phoenix, Sacred Mountain, ha ha, with Mo Lingzi and the giant blood god as their backing. The 2 of them also became unbridled. They didn't put the holy maiden in their eyes at all. The people from Cloud Mist College are here." The crowd exclaimed, and everyone looked over. Huangfu Ju led the team. Luo Tian followed behind. And then there were 4 women, Lin Dong, Tang San, Fatty Lu, and the Holy Maiden at the back. After entering the arena, the Holy Maiden's white figure moved and quietly landed on the referee's seat. Her gaze was cold as she glanced at the Pope and the Glacier King lightly. The 2 of them immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Their faces turned pale. The Holy Maiden's injuries hadn't recovered yet, but she was a divine level master, and a mere glance could make an Emperor Realm Master unable to move. Mo Lingzi looked at Luo Tian and smiled excitedly. He stood up and said slightly, "I was really worried that you wouldn't come." Immediately after, he didn't wait for Luo Tian to reply, and said to Ling Zixue, who came in from the other side, "Little sister Zixue, after today, you belong to me, Mo Lingzi. Don't worry, I will definitely not be like some useless man who can't even protect his own woman." "Kacha!" Luo Tian gritted his teeth, and the anger in his heart exploded. "A new day, brothers with tickets. Please show your support. Old Bull is very grateful." Chapter 1488. Anger was brewing. Luo Tian's expression didn't change. He was waiting. The people of Cloud Mist College couldn't take it anymore. However, Ling Zixue was the first to speak. "Let's talk about it after we pass my husband's test." Immediately after, Ling Zixue was extremely gentle, and her voice carried a trace of coquettishness as she said to Luo Tian, "Husband, you will win. I believe in you. Do your best." After saying that, she didn't forget to make a cute, encouraging gesture. Cute, cute, and even more incomparably beautiful, sweet. This caused jealousy to rise in the hearts of all the men present, and they hated the unfairness of the world. "I'm really blind. How could I fall for someone like Luo Tian who is about to be? This Luo Tian is really lucky. Kill him, we must kill him. Those who show off their love will die. I can't take it, it's too much of a blow." Just as they were complaining, Huang Fuya winked at Yi Yunmeng and the others. The 4 girls said in unison, "Husband, we believe in you. You must do your best. We love you." After saying that, they made an incomparably cute gesture. Immediately, the entire audience vomited blood. Countless men's hearts were shattered to the ground, especially Mo Lingzi. His face alternated between purple and green, as if he had been ruthlessly slapped dozens of times. He was incomparably angry as he stared fiercely at Luo Tian. Clenching his fists tightly, he coldly snorted and said, "Later, you will be trampled to death under my feet. I will let you die in front of your woman, and let them see how useless you are, how trash you are. Ha ha ha, an invisible attack." Luo Tian didn't do anything and directly angered Mo Lingzi. This kind of woman's invisible attack was too fatal. Of course, this kind of attack was also quite the aggro. Luo Tian could clearly feel that the aura on Mo Lingzi's body had become gloomy and was filled with killing intent. However, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he coldly laughed and secretly said, "Let's see how arrogant you are later." There was a burst of whispers. The enchantment in the field was completed. Mo Lingzi stood up and somewhat impatiently said, "I'm too lazy to speak any more nonsense. Next up is the first part of the martial arts tournament, the team battle. The battle rules say that you're not allowed to injure others, but fists and kicks have no eyes. Life and death are up to fate. The most important one, you can't admit defeat during the battle, and you can't leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Azure Dragon immediately stood up and said, "I don't think there's such a rule in the exchange, right?" "There wasn't in the past, but there is now. If your Azure Dragon clan doesn't like the new rules I've set, you can choose not to participate." Mo Lingzi didn't even bother with Elder Azure Dragon. He was worried that Luo Tian would withdraw halfway. If that was the case, how could he kill Luo Tian? How could he show off his extraordinary might in front of Ling Zixue? Elder Azure Dragon's brows furrowed in displeasure. The Pope and the Icefield King grinned. They were determined to win this martial arts conference. Buddhist monk Shiranai clasped his hands together, Amitabha. Benefactor Mo Ling, the heavens are virtuous, not waiting for him to finish. Mo Lingzi said impatiently, "Whatever I say, don't talk to me about the heavens or Buddha. I don't believe in this. You and the Azure Dragon clan are the same. If you don't like it, you can withdraw." He was so arrogant. He would definitely not give Luo Tian a second chance. Even, he was a little regretful that he didn't kill Luo Tian yesterday. The Pope mocked, "Elder Azure Dragon, isn't your four divine beasts clan arrogant? Isn't it domineering? What's wrong? Why can't you say a word? Ha ha ha. I think you don't even dare to fart." The Icefield King chimed in. "Let's not talk about today. Even if it's tomorrow, he wouldn't dare to let out a fart. What four mythological beasts? What strongest physique? I think it's just to scare a kid. Ha ha ha." Elder Azure Dragon's heart was burning with anger. He was very unhappy. Very unhappy. His gaze darkened as he looked at the participating disciples of the Four Divine Beast clan and said in a deep voice, "You all heard what they said. Later on, don't worry about the others. Beat up that Saint Knight and that giant until even their mother can't recognize them. Do you understand?" The participating disciples of the Four Divine Beasts clan instantly transformed into their beast forms, then roared towards the sky. "Ha! Incomparably domineering." The faces of the Pope and the Icefield King changed slightly. Mo Lingzi said, "Let's begin. Everyone enter the arena. I can't wait any longer." Luo Tian. Mo Lingzi's disdainful gaze fell on Luo Tian as he mocked. "Later on, I will turn you into a dead dog. Let's see who can save you today." As soon as his voice fell, Mo Lingzi transformed into a black shadow and flickered in the air. His demonic aura spread out, giving people a strong pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. The disciples of the Abyss Academy followed closely behind. All of them stood behind Mo Lingzi. The barrier opened, and Mo Lingzi was the first to enter. He then said, "Don't just stand there. I don't want to waste time. Hurry up and die." Ha ha ha. The Urias Saint Knights entered the arena. In an instant, their mounts changed abruptly. They turned into dual-winged dragons. Saint Dragon Knights. 7 Saint Dragon Knights. Each dual-winged dragon emitted an incomparably powerful aura. The entire arena exploded. Even the Pope's eyes were filled with shock. Saint Dragon Knights. It's actually the Saint Dragon Knights. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the power of the royal family would grow to such a terrifying extent? In addition to shock, he also became excited. Ha ha ha! Who can match the Saint Dragon Knights? Karen's expression was also filled with shock. She immediately reminded everyone, "You must be careful of the legendary Saint Dragon Knights. Their strength is above the peak of the Emperor realm, and their power has been blessed by the gods. They have holy power. You must be careful." Humph! What's so good about dual-winged lizards? The Azure Dragon Elder was filled with disdain. In front of their true Azure Dragon bloodline, they looked down on these dual-winged lizards. At this moment, the warriors of the Four Divine Beasts clan moved like thunder. The moment they entered the barrier, the Azure Dragon roared, the Vermilion Bird soared, the Black Tortoise was domineering, and the White Tiger roared. The entire barrier was shaking. The scene was abnormally fierce. The Icefield Giant entered. Suddenly, from the outside, it looked like the barrier was about to be broken by the Icefield Giant. Subsequently, it was Monkshire and I. They took off their outer clothes. All of them had copper yellow skin. Their bodies looked like they were cast from copper. Their bones were as hard as steel. It was extremely shocking. Luo Tian was a bit dumbfounded. Damn, 18 bronze men. Awesome. Shortly after, Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "It's our turn." Enter. There was no grand entrance. Luo Tian walked down step by step with a smile on his face. I've been low-key for so long. Today, I'll be as high-profile as I can be. Today was Nyo Nyo's birthday. He had been busy the entire day. Now that all his friends and relatives had left, Old Bull immediately started writing. "Nyo Nyo, happy birthday. Daddy loves you. Thank you for coming. I hope you can see it one day, ha ha ha." Chapter 1489. Luo Tian had entered the arena. The atmosphere immediately changed. At this moment, the Icefield Giant took the lead to approach Mo Lingzi of the Abyss Academy. The sacred dragon riders of the Eurasian continent didn't move. They just stood there quietly. Aside from the fiery breath of the dragons, it was as if they didn't exist. The warriors of the Four Divine Beasts clan approached Luo Tian after he entered the arena. The leading Azure Dragon warrior said respectfully, "Young master, our mission is to protect you." This was the result of the discussion of the Four Divine Beasts clan. No matter what, they couldn't let the reincarnation of their ancestor die, no matter the price. When these Four Divine Beasts warriors made their choice, they knew their mission. Luo Tian said, "This time there's no need to protect me. Later, you guys can do your best. Especially those sacred dragon riders. I'll leave them to you." Luo Tian had said this to himself before he entered the arena. This time he had to be high profile. He had to be as high profile as he could be. At this moment, the system suddenly beeped. Ding! Target locked. When Luo Tian entered the barrier, the first thing he did was to lock onto Mo Lingzi. After locking onto him, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth rose, revealing an arrogant sneer. He thought to himself, "You crushed me yesterday. Today, I'll use your life to pay for it." Luo Tian was looking at Mo Lingzi. Mo Lingzi was also looking at Luo Tian. Their eyes met. Killing intent burst out like sparks, and the atmosphere seemed especially oppressive. Mo Lingzi sneered disdainfully, "Luo Tian, you're really not worthy of Lingzi Xue. Only I'm worthy of a woman like her. Of course, after today, she'll be mine. Rest assured, I'll definitely treat her well. I'll definitely train and teach her well, and let her know what a real man is. It's just that I don't have much interest in the women behind you. I don't have the slightest interest in women who aren't virgins." Luo Tian didn't say anything. There was still a sneer on his face. Mo Lingzi was somewhat displeased as he said, "Trash will always be trash. You're not even angry with me saying this, and you don't even have the slightest bit of temper. Truly a useless trash. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Why should I waste my breath on a dead man? Mo Lingzi, stop blabbering. Hurry up and start. The barrier hadn't closed yet. The martial arts conference had yet to officially begin. Of course, Luo Tian couldn't help it. It was as if the gun might go off at any moment. However, he still tried his best to calm himself down. Only after killing Mo Lingzi within the barrier could he do whatever he wanted. If he killed Mo Lingzi before the barrier was activated, then this martial competition wouldn't be able to continue. One must know, they were all boss-level elite monsters. That was a huge amount of experience points. What a huge amount of sin points. Was it going to be wasted just like that? That would be such a pity. Mo Lingzi's gaze turned cold as he said with a smile, Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Hee, I'll fulfill your wish right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Lingzi abruptly shouted, Close the barrier! Dozens of space masters flew down and activated the barrier. Wung, wung, wung. Ring after ring of light enveloped them. It was like a hemispherical light shield enveloping them, going deep into the ground. The barrier was being activated. The scene inside the barrier also changed. It turned into a field the size of 100 football fields. For the number 1 Emperor Realm Ranker, this kind of field, this kind of distance could be reached in an instant. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Another series of elemental energy was poured in. This was the reinforcement of the barrier. The barrier was filled with Emperor Realm Rankers. If their power burst out, it would definitely hurt the innocent. In another place. Let's start the bet. Who will take first place in the team battle? Abyss College's odds are 1-1. 5. Eurasia Continent's odds are 1. 3. For Divine Beast Continent's odds are 1. 4. Icefield Snow Country's odds are 1. 5. As for Cloud Mist College's odds are 110. Hurry up and place your bets. I bet that Luo Tian can't take 3 moves from Mo Lingzi. There's no such bet. This gambling house doesn't accept any bets regarding the bet between Luo Tian and Mo Lingzi. Damn it, we're not fools. Yesterday, Luo Tian was crushed by Mo Lingzi until he couldn't move. Can one night change anything? Even a divine realm ranker can't change anything. That's right, even a fool knows that. There were all kinds of bets on the stands. However, no one was optimistic about Cloud Mist College. Everyone knew that the disparity in strength was not something that could be changed overnight. The disparity in realm. And then again, the disparity in strength. One was the power of the ancient continent, and the other was the power of the high-level divine realm. Needless to say, no matter how powerful Luo Tian was, he couldn't change anything. The Pope laughed and said, Killing my red-clothed holy son, crushing my Vatican, Luo Tian, let's see what else you can do today. Icefield King also said he can only wait for death. No one was optimistic about Luo Tian. No one was optimistic about Cloud Mist College. At this moment, Huang Fuju's palms were covered in cold sweat. His heart was extremely nervous. At this time he couldn't do anything. He could only wait quietly and pray. What could one night change? He really didn't know. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Luo Tian, but he didn't have confidence in himself. On the other side, Ling Zixue looked calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She didn't know why she saved Luo Tian. Why did she intervene and fancy Luo Tian? What did she fancy about him? No matter how she looked at it, he wasn't as good as Mo Lingzi. However, she wanted to see the rise of all heaven, so much so that she didn't even hesitate to throw her body into it. Was she stupid? Ling Zixue smiled bitterly in her heart. I'm really stupid, and I'm really stupid. With such a huge disparity in strength, Luo Tian isn't his opponent at all. How can he win this battle? There's no chance of winning. If he can really win, then there might really be a chance to solve Lingtian Business Alliance's crisis. When the time comes, it's fine even if I throw myself into his arms to repay him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of barriers exploded with rumbling sounds. Finally, the barriers were completely closed and activated. An elder outside the arena said loudly, "The barriers have been activated. The martial arts conference officially begins." As soon as his voice fell, Mo Lingzi revealed a sinister smile. Luo Tian trembled under the power of the devil. Ha ha ha. It was just that before he could finish his words. A ball of flame above his head locked onto him and directly blasted towards him. Mo Lingzi was stupid. This move again? 3 chapters will be updated starting tomorrow. Thank you, and read the brothers Yenrich? Me. It's just a willful 1,700 renminbi tip. Thank you, brother. Chapter 1490. The moment the divine fire came out. Both inside and outside the arena were silent. Mo Lingzi's expression was a little silly. Yesterday he saw with his own eyes how this flame killed Song Tianji. Although Luo Tian made a move and continuously bombarded him, he was very clear that it was this flame that killed Song Tianji. Now he saw the divine fire falling again. His heart skipped a beat. However, then his divine sense moved slightly as he condensed a wisp of primordial spirit and released it. Xue Lingzi, blood god, beside him nodded lightly. The corner of Mo Lingzi's mouth drew back as he looked at the divine fire falling from the sky and sneered. You think I'm Song Tianji? A mere fire attack. Even if he has the power to burn the heavens, what can he do to me? Incomparably arrogant. The moment he spoke, the demonic power on Mo Lingzi's body exploded. It formed a huge demonic barrier and blocked it. His face was still proud, still arrogant, and he still looked at Luo Tian with contempt. The moment the divine fire was released, Luo Tian didn't just stand there. He followed, closely behind. The god fire that he had just released had been infused with the power of the god fist of insta-kill. He had used God Burst, which had a 90% chance of insta-kill. It was basically an insta-kill. However, probability was hard to say. If it was an instant kill, it was normal. If it wasn't an instant kill, then it meant that his luck wasn't good. The moment the divine fire rushed out, Luo Tian also rushed up. This time, he definitely wouldn't give Mo Lingzi any chance to turn the situation around. Boom! The divine fire exploded on the demonic barrier. Swish! It directly penetrated through. Mo Lingzi's face secretly changed as a super strong defensive force came out from his body to resist. Rumble! 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 The divine fire fell on his face. Sparks were constantly bursting out. At the same time, the divine fire was like a diamond drill as it crazily rotated on Mo Lingzi's face. In less than a moment, his face was badly mutilated. His body repeatedly retreated as he desperately used all his strength to resist. However, it was completely useless. At this moment, the anger in Luo Tian's heart was completely released. His footsteps became even faster, and he instantly landed beside Mo Lingzi. Moving both his fists, Luo Tian's right fist released a complete set of supreme force phantoms. Luo Tian let out a deep roar. Fury of the Berserk Dragon! Boom! A fist smashed onto Mo Lingzi's face. Kill me! You mother ****, don't be so arrogant. Bang! Another punch blasted out. Continue being arrogant. Use your demonic power to crush me. **King Hell. Bang, bang, bang. His fists were like a torrential rain, with over 100 punches per second. One after another, he directly bombarded Mo Lingzi onto the barrier. Luo Tian was sent flying by the wind, and the robe on his body was fluttering from the aura he released. Everyone's gaze was focused on him, and no one knew what was going on. Rumble. 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 Rumbling sounds kept coming out from within the barrier. Mo Lingzi slid down from the barrier. His face was still incomparably arrogant, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He was already enraged to the extreme as he let out a deep roar. "Luo Tian!" He roared. At this moment, Mo Lingzi was in an extremely sorry state. His face was badly mutilated, and his original appearance could not be seen clearly. His hair was scattered and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a beggar on the street, as miserable as he could be. More importantly, there was one more thing. The surface of his skin was cracking bit by bit. Something crimson, like lava, was flowing through the cracks. Still arrogant, Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "So what if you have the power of the demonic power? So what if you have the backing of a realm of the gods? So what if you have the protection of a realm of the gods? Aren't you still obediently kneeling down in front of me? Mo Lingzi, you crushed me yesterday. Today, I will let you see the king of hell." With a wild roar, after being crushed for an entire day, Luo Tian was quite unhappy in his heart. He was even forced to use his own woman as a bet. This kind of situation. He was really unhappy. He needed to explode. He needed to explode. So, the moment Mo Lingzi slid down from the barrier, he propped himself up with his legs and directly flew out in a straight line. His entire body slammed into it. It directly hit Mo Lingzi's chest. At this moment, he hugged Mo Lingzi, stomped his legs, and rushed into the air. Then he placed Mo Lingzi's head down and fell down vertically. "Are you very unhappy? Is there a powerful force that you can't release?" "Ha ha ha die. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom." His head was directly inserted into the ground. Half of his body was like a flag. Mo Lingzi didn't have the slightest bit of temper. Moreover, his body cracked even more severely. Even so, Luo Tian still didn't let go. Using his leg as a whip, he struck between Mo Lingzi's legs again and again. "Mother ****, you dare to snatch this daddy's woman? Is this daddy's woman someone you can touch? Snatch it. Snatch it for me again." Bang, bang, bang. One kick after another came crashing down. At the first kick, the sound of an egg breaking came from his crotch, and then blood burst out. Without a doubt, his balls were kicked out. His body was also directly smashed into the soil by Luo Tian. At this moment, Mo Lingzi could no longer resist. The power of the divine fire crazily expanded, and finally, with a boom, he exploded in the depths of the ground, and his body turned into ashes. Luo Tian stood there, his gaze swept across the audience, directly staring at the Pope and the Icefield King, and suddenly roared, "Damn it, who else is there?" He was furious to the extreme. He vented his anger to the extreme. The entire audience was silent. Everyone looked at Luo Tian dumbfoundedly and even forgot to breathe. What exactly happened? What happened in a short span of 10 seconds? Their brains couldn't even wrap around it. What exactly happened? Wasn't Mo Lingzi the disciple of the Lord of the Demon Abyss? Didn't he have a devil power that was even stronger than the power of God? Why was he instantly killed now? Yesterday, Luo Tian was still crushed by Mo Lingzi to the point that he couldn't speak, but today he was killed. What exactly happened? It was also uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed a fly. Luo Tian's blazing gaze made each of them feel an intense crush, which was very uncomfortable. The Pope and the Icefield King's faces alternated between green and white. They felt fear from Luo Tian's murderous gaze. Too powerful, too unbelievable. How could this be? At this moment, their gazes simultaneously looked in the direction of the Abyss Academy, looking for the blood-colored giant god. Right now, their only backer was the blood-colored giant god. But they couldn't find the blood-colored giant god no matter how hard they searched, and their hearts started to panic. It was also at this time Luo Tian closed his eyes slightly, revealing an expression of enjoyment, and muttered to himself, "Explode! Explode to your heart's content!" The first chapter has been delivered. A new day, old cow begs for votes, begs for firepower support. Chapter 1491. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Mo Lingzi's spirit for obtaining 200 million experience points, 20 million essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a strand of devil power. It was just two simple prompts. The most important point: the system did not prompt him to obtain sin value, whether or not he killed a person. The sin value was the only standard to detect it. Mo Lingzi was not a demon beast, so killing him would naturally result in sin value, but the system did not prompt. Then again, what was Mo Lingzi's spirit? Luo Tian was a little puzzled, but he soon understood, and his heart trembled slightly. I underestimated Mo Lingzi too much. It was my mistake. Obviously, Mo Lingzi was not dead. As for what spirit was, Luo Tian did not know. Perhaps it was a clone, or perhaps it was a fake body. In short, one thing was certain: Mo Lingzi was not dead. Where was he now? Luo Tian's idea couldn't sense it at all. Where was it? Suddenly, just as Luo Tian was trying to capture Mo Lingzi's aura, Fatty Lu's voice came over and roared, "Boss, be careful!" Crack! The power of the divine might spread out in the sky. It was as if a sea of fury had rolled up a huge wave and smashed down towards Luo Tian. Rumble! 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 The power was boundless. Xue Lingzi's two blood-red pupils were exceptionally terrifying, and the divine might emitted from his body became even more ferocious. "Luo Tian, give me your life!" Strong of the divine realm? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. From the moment he entered the arena, he had noticed that the giant blood god from yesterday did not appear. Now that the divine might had suddenly appeared, it meant that this guy was the giant blood god. However, it was useless to understand this point. Everything happened too quickly. The crushing power of the divine might. Luo Tian couldn't resist at all. Clang, rumble. 8th level body, black tortoise defense, go. Luo Tian turned all of his power into defense. However, the power of the divine might was too brutal. It was as if the force of 100,000 mountains had crashed into his chest, instantly shattering his black tortoise defense. His level 8 physical body could not withstand it, and he was sent flying, crashing into the barrier. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. The power of divine might, so strong. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. Fortunately, the black tortoise's defense and his level 8 body's defense were strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Blood Spirit Master's eyes widened in shock. He's still alive. Then let's do it again. Humph. Once again, Spirit Blood Child unleashed his divine aura, which swept up a huge wave. Fatty Lu took a step forward, and his footsteps were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Luo Tian. He knocked an arrow and directly merged the power of divine might and elemental energy. The arrow locked onto Blood Spirit Master, and he shouted, "Take my arrow first!" The moment Fatty Lu left Cloud Mist College's formation, the leader of the Eurasian Holy Dragon Riders suddenly summoned his dragon-killing spear, pointed it at Yi Yunmeng and the rest of the Cloud Mist College, and shouted, "Knights charge, kill!" The Icefield Snow Country's giant battle team also moved. "Kill these be cheese for me." Taking advantage of the situation, with Luo Tian and Fatty Lu gone, the Eurasian Royal Battle Team was no longer afraid. They had been waiting for this opportunity. Lindong and Tang Sen stood at the front. The ancient heavenly Qilin halberd moved, and the heavenly dragon's shadow coiled around Lindong's body. His eyes were murderous, and he shouted, "Those who touch sister-in-law, die!" Tang Sen also spun his clear sky hammer, and at the same time he said, "Those who touch sister-in-law, die!" Qian Qian took a step forward. At this time she had nothing to hide, and directly released the power of samsara. At the same time, she said to Yi Yunmeng and the rest, "Battle mode, let's let them experience our fierce roar today." Huang Fuya held a drop of essence blood in her palm, and her gaze became serious. "It's time to let them experience the power of our beautiful girls' battle team." As soon as she finished speaking, the space around her faintly trembled, and she directly entered the space-time crack. She was a lurker. She was also a hunter. The warriors of the 4 divine beast continent were like tanks that crushed everything in front. They roared in a deep voice, "If you want to touch our young master's people, then you have to step over our corpses." Beast form, 10 times the physical body. Boom! 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 The 4 divine beasts warriors transformed one by one, forming an incomparably valiant divine beast's physical body. They directly formed a super strong defense. The 7 bronze men warriors of Shini continent also blocked. The only ones who didn't move were the 5 participating disciples of the Abyss Academy. They stood quietly and didn't move, but their eyes were always paying attention to everything, and they were only paying attention to one person, Luo Tian. His gaze was a little strange. This point, Luo Tian didn't notice. Luo Tian climbed up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were cold, and he said faintly, "Mo Lingzi's guardian, you should be the giant blood god, right? Where is Mo Lingzi, this coward, hiding?" Huh. The giant blood god frowned slightly, and his mind trembled. He didn't know why Luo Tian would ask such a question. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, could it be that he knows? He was very clear about Mo Lingzi's magical ability. It was also the only magical ability in this world. The reason why the Lord of Devil Abyss would take a fancy to Mo Lingzi was because of his innate magical ability. Could it be that Luo Tian had seen through it? Or was it just his guess? The giant blood god didn't know, but he knew a little. Once Mo Lingzi's magical ability was discovered, then this person must die. Immediately, the giant blood god's gaze became even colder, and he said, "Luo Tian, you are very smart. Smart people do smart things, but you have done an incomparably stupid thing. Going against my young master. There is only one outcome for you: death." As soon as his voice faded, he released the power of God's might to the highest point. Facing the god's elemental arrow shot by Fatty Lu, he didn't even look at it. He was someone who had transcended the heavenly tribulation and condensed divine deity. He didn't put Fatty Lu, who had devoured divine deity, in his eyes at all. He didn't care about his arrow. He focused all his attention on Luo Tian. He must kill Luo Tian with this move. Matchless divine might. Mortal, tremble. Fatty Lu's face changed greatly. He was a god rank expert and knew how terrifying the power of God's might was. Luo Tian couldn't resist such a powerful power of God's might at all. He immediately roared, "Boss, run, I'll hold it off." Luo Tian's gaze tightened, and he smiled confidently, saying, "God realm expert? Wait for lousy to explode. Humph humph. Then I'll let you experience what is called power. The power of devil's might. Come out." The 2nd chapter was delivered, and there was another chapter tonight. Thank you for Yenrich. Me. Just willful 2,100 renminbi reward support. Thank you, bro. Although I don't know if I can get this money, I'm still extremely grateful. Chapter 1492. What? Mo Lingzi's power? How is that possible? The Pope stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with horror. When Xue Lingzi unleashed his divine might, he immediately understood who it was. Seeing Luo Tian spitting out blood from his mouth, he couldn't help but get excited. It didn't matter if Mo Lingzi was killed instantly. There was still the giant bloody god. Now, Luo Tian suddenly unleashed his divine might? What was going on? The glacial field king's complexion also became very unsightly. If Luo Tian had grasped the power of demonic might, then they wouldn't have any chance in this martial competition. He muttered to himself, obtaining Mo Lingzi's power after killing him, is Luo Tian still hiding some unknown divine ability? The giant bloody god's pupils suddenly shrank. Young master's power? How is that possible? He didn't know why. One must know that this divine might was the power of the Lord of the Devil Abyss. Unless the Lord of the Devil Abyss personally passed it down, others couldn't cultivate or master it. Mo Lingzi's divine might was the inheritance of the Lord of the Devil Abyss. But how could Luo Tian have the divine might? The power released by Luo Tian was definitely the divine might. He was 100% sure of this. His heart turned grim, and he sent out a thought. Young master! He didn't say the rest of the words. He braced himself and rushed forward, releasing all the power in his body. The divine might was incomparably powerful. The entire enchantment shook violently. Traces of divine might spread out and hit the enchantment, making a deafening roar. Rumble, 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 one ring after another. The giant bloody god released his most powerful power, but he wasn't confident in facing the power of the demonic might. He stared at Luo Tian and roared, "Luo Tian, prepare to die!" Luo Tian flew into the air and looked down from above. He clenched his fists. Divine might crush! Rumble. The strand of demonic might that had burst out from demonic spirit sun spirit was completely released. Even so, that strand of demonic might was enough to crush the giant blood god. The two forces collided. The power of the divine might was immediately shattered. The demonic might was like a primordial beast, opening its bloody maw and lunging at the giant god. Boom! The giant bloody god couldn't resist at all. He staggered backward, falling on his butt. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he was panting heavily. He was extremely displeased. As a god realm powerhouse, he had been forced into such a state. He was extremely displeased. But before he could vent his anger, a black dot landed on top of his head. Instant killing fist. Berserk dragon's fury. Ha! With a furious roar, the dragon was enraged. Luo Tian's figure was like a mad dragon, descending from the sky and crushing down vertically. A fist hit the top of the giant bloody god's skull. Luo Tian then roared, "Get down for lousy!" Boom! The fist blasted down. A super powerful force pattern shot out like a light wave. It swept through the entire barrier. The earth was trembling. The giant bloody god couldn't react at all. He was crushed by the power of the demonic might, and his body was seriously injured. He never thought that Luo Tian's speed would be so fast, and the power of this punch was quite fierce. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Killing people had to be like this. The power of the demonic might crushing the giant bloody god was a sure thing. Luo Tian didn't even need to think about it. He also knew that the power of the demonic might alone couldn't kill the giant bloody god. Since it didn't die, then it must not be allowed to stand up again. And only the giant bloody god knew where Mo Lingzi was now. Boom! Luo Tian sat on the giant bloody god's body and punched down hard. The giant bloody god was hit until he saw stars and said solemnly, "I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, where is Mo Lingzi? Remember, you only have one chance." The giant bloody god's two bloody eyes were exceptionally terrifying. It stared coldly at Luo Tian, as if it was about to spit out flames. Seeing his expression, Luo Tian didn't say much at all. Mad dragon break. Boom! The instant killing gloves flashed with golden light. The power released through the instant killing gloves became incomparably arrogant. Even the giant bloody god of the god realm couldn't resist it. Too intrepid. Not going to say it, right? Bam. Still not going to say it. Bam. Just not going to say it, right? Bam. The fists were like a torrential rain. Even if the giant bloody god wanted to say it, Luo Tian didn't give him the chance to. While he was beating up the giant bloody god, Luo Tian was also paying attention to the amount of blood above his head. Boom! Ding! Triggered a critical hit. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's fist condensed a strange light, and 100 times the power was released. Boom! A punch directly smashed the head of the giant bloody god into the mud. Luo Tian also rose to his feet and stepped on his face. He sneered coldly and said, "God realm expert? Bah! You're a complete piece of trash. It's fine if you don't say it. I still want to keep you alive. Since you don't want to live, then I have no choice but to send you to hell." At this moment, Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened. He couldn't find Mo Lingzi. However, he wanted to kill Mo Lingzi with all his might. To Luo Tian, Mo Lingzi was a hidden danger. He definitely couldn't let him leave the barrier alive, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. And then there was the giant bloody god's HP left with less than 1,000 points. In other words, the giant bloody god was about to die. He was very clear about this. With this kind of HP, Luo Tian could instantly kill him with a single berserk dragon's fury. So, Luo Tian was a little nervous because he was betting that the giant bloody god wouldn't use his life to protect Mo Lingzi. Luo Tian revealed a benevolent smile and said, what a pity you're about to die, and that young master of yours didn't say anything. It can be seen that you're dispensable to him. Giant bloody god, then you can only go to hell. If you want to blame someone, blame that master of yours, ha ha ha. Immediately, Luo Tian's fists suddenly moved. The azure dragon and the white tiger coiled on his arms. Power sword. The giant bloody god's eyes trembled. He was scared. After Luo Tian's critical hit, he was very scared. He originally thought that Luo Tian's damage wouldn't be able to kill him, but he was wrong. He didn't want to die. He also trained hard from a mid-level plane to step into the divine domain. It wasn't easy for him to become a god-level expert with an unlimited lifespan, but he was unwilling to protect Mo Lingzi from a mid-level plane. Just at this moment, the giant bloody god's gaze looked at the 5 black-robed disciples of the Abyss Academy who hadn't moved for a long time. He gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "I'll talk." Luo Tian already knew from his gaze. He smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, but there's no need now. You'd better die. Explode." The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers, for the large wave of rewards. Thank you for your support. Good night. Chapter 1493. When he knew that he didn't completely kill Mo Lingzi, Luo Tian confirmed one thing. Mo Lingzi was definitely still in this combat enchantment. It was just that he didn't know where he was hiding. Through the eyes of the blood-colored giant god, he immediately understood that Mo Lingzi was hiding among the 5 disciples of the Abyss Academy. Knowing this, everything would be easy to handle. Facing the blood-colored giant god with 1,000 HP, Luo Tian revealed a playful smile and then punched down, saying, "Sorry, brother is so despicable." The blood-colored giant god was furious to the extreme. However, at this time, there was no way to reverse the situation. It was crushed by the power of the devil and was unable to breathe under Luo Tian's continuous attacks. It couldn't resist at all. Boom! A heavy punch blasted down. It directly killed the last 1,000 HP of the blood-colored giant god and fiercely cut off the head of the blood-colored giant god. His gaze swept across the audience, and he arrogantly roared, "God's domain powerhouse!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing blood-colored giant god for gaining 200 billion experience points. Essence chi value 1,000,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a strand of divine power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a rank 1 divine deity. Congratulations to player Ding! Sin +1 inch the system. Beep kept ringing. A divine artifact was dropped, but Luo Tian didn't take a second look. This kind of god-level blood-colored giant god didn't drop anything good. But what Luo Tian cared about was the experience. He needed the experience very much now. 20 billion experience allowed his experience bar to increase by a lot, and he was just a little bit away from leveling up. The whole audience was silent. Mo Lingzi was instantly killed. The blood-colored giant god was killed again. The entire Abyss Academy was wailing, and even the elders had begun to tremble. Looking at Luo Tian in the enchantment, they really couldn't think of anyone who could stop Luo Tian's footsteps. It wasn't just the Abyss College, the Pope and the Icefield King were all dumbfounded as they looked at Luo Tian inside the barrier. Looking at Luo Tian's domineering eyes, they felt a chill in their hearts. What to do? What to do? Who else could stop Luo Tian? The Azure Dragon Elder was in high spirits as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Wasn't the Pope shouting happily just now? Why don't you call me again? Why don't you call me again? Icefield King, your expression is too ugly. What's wrong? Did someone die at home? Ha ha ha. Who is the young lord? The reincarnation of the 4 divine beasts' old ancestor. Even the powerhouses of the realm of the gods couldn't do anything to him. What does a mere Mo Lingzi count for? Young lord is mighty. Young master is domineering. Shirni's face also revealed an excited smile. After a short silence, there was an uproar in the stands. Oh my God! What is the background of this Luo Tian? Isn't he too strong? Killing Mo Lingzi in seconds, killing the blood-colored giant god. How did he do it? Illusion. It must be an illusion. How is it possible? It's absolutely impossible. I bet on Cloud Mist College to win. I'll bet everything I have. I'll bet even my wife. For a moment, the odds of the bet suddenly changed. But those bookmakers no longer accepted the bets on Cloud Mist College because they couldn't afford it. Cloud Mist College's location. Huangfu Ju smiled, clenching his fists, clenching them, and clenching them again. He was excited, excited, and excited. He had never felt so good before, 100 times more excited than when he broke through to the Emperor realm. Watching Luo Tian crush Mo Lingzi, then kill the blood-colored giant god, watching Imumu, his blood seemed to be boiling, shocked by the arrogant, domineering aura released from Luo Tian's body. Huangfu Ju murmured with a smile, borrowing Lu Zhan's words, if you were a woman, I would fall in love with you. In another place, in a quiet corner, Ling Zixue watched all this quietly. Her eyes were wet. She covered her mouth with one hand and bit her lips with her teeth, trying her best not to cry out loud. The pressure she was under was too great. The moment she saw Luo Tian kill Mo Lingzi, her heart was about to burst out. He can, father, wait for me. He can definitely save the Lingtian Merchant Alliance. He can definitely help you return to the realm of the gods. Sob, 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 sob. Ling Zixue bet a lot. She bet everything on Luo Tian, even herself. Just a moment ago, she felt that Luo Tian couldn't win. But now she couldn't say a word. 2 consecutive crushing. Outside the arena, there was an uproar and the discussion was loud. Cloud Mist College became the focus, not only now but also in the future. However, the battle barrier was different from the outside. The battle was going on crazily. Moreover, the 4 Divine Beasts clan and the 7 bronze men of Shigur continent couldn't resist and were retreating, and a few of them were seriously injured. The strength of the sacred dragon knights of the Eurasian continent was terrifying. Together with the giant warriors of the Icefield Snow Country, it was extremely terrifying. The 4 divine beasts warriors couldn't resist at all. At this time, Cloud Mist College entered the battle. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Luo Tian glanced at the cooldown time of the divine flame, then glanced at the Abyss College disciples who still hadn't moved. Luo Tian smiled coldly. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move against the Abyss College disciples. Fatty Lu! Luo Tian suddenly shouted. Lu Zhan grinned excitedly. Understood! Unparalleled divine might. Lu Zhan instantly raised his divine might to the peak and flew out, saying unhappily, "I can't deal with the blood god, but you think I can't deal with you little bastards." He might not be a match for a true deity, rank powerhouse. However, he had absolute confidence in dealing with these Emperor Realm powerhouses. Fatty Lu's entire body smashed into the sacred dragon knights like a cannonball. He directly grabbed a winged lizard, poured divine might into his arms, and directly tore the lizard in half. He laughed excitedly. "You guys push away, I'm going to beat all of them." At the same time, Luo Tian landed beside them. He didn't look at the sacred dragon knights or the Pope in the referee's seat. The corner of his mouth turned cold, and he smiled slightly. "Kill!" Boom! Fatty Lu rushed up like a bulldozer. He grabbed the ice-field giant, flipped in the air, and fell heavily on the ground. His body bounced away, and he said to Luo Tian, "Boss, I'll leave it to you." Luo Tian didn't show any mercy. He punched down. The instant kill boxing glove was also spinning crazily, and power was constantly bursting out. Boom! 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 The people in the battle barrier kept decreasing, and Luo Tian's experience kept increasing. The cooldown time of the divine flame was also decreasing. At the same time, Mo Lingzi's second body was almost complete. The first chapter has been delivered. It's a new day, let's count the votes. Chapter 1494. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Don't retreat, don't retreat. Don't retreat. Kill Luo Tian first. Kill Luo Tian. Kill him. Then everything will be easy. The Pope stomped his feet and roared in the referee's seat, seeing the holy dragon knights retreating. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The holy dragon knights were the strongest paladins in Eurasia, and they were also the ultimate guards of the royal family. If it wasn't for this exchange, if it wasn't because he wanted to kill Luo Tian, the king of Eurasia wouldn't have agreed. But when he saw the sacred dragon riders fall one after another, killed by Luo Tian, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Moreover, there were already countless fierce gazes on the Eurasian continent's viewing platform that were staring at him. As the Pope of the Holy See, he had supreme power. But the royal family actually had the Holy Dragon Knights, which was the power to crush him. If all the Holy Dragon Knights died, he couldn't do anything. Not to mention the ranking battle after the team battle. On the other side, the Icefield King's expression was like a bitter gourd. His eyes were powerless, and his body was slumped in the chair. He stared at the battle in the barrier and closed his eyes helplessly. It's over, it's completely over. The last Icefield giant warrior fell. Luo Tian's fist pierced through the heart. Facing Lu Zhan's crushing power, they couldn't resist at all. Fatty Lu was sweeping away. Luo Tian was reaping the harvest. Huang Fuya tore a few pieces of her dress and made them into ribbons, swaying left and right, shouting with all her might, "Luo Tian, go Luo Tian, go Luo Tian," while shouting, she didn't forget to say to Yi Yunmeng and the others, "You guys come too." Qian Qian pursed her lips and smiled. "You should say, 'Go, husband.'" Huh. Huang Fuya was slightly taken aback and immediately changed her words. "Husband, go, husband, go." The other three were a little shy and awkward. However, Huang Fuya had spurred him on. The four women shouted like love-struck fools. The holy maiden was smiling like a flower. She was originally seriously injured, but after seeing Luo Tian crush everyone in his way, half of her injuries had healed. She then looked at Huang Fuya and the others. She could not help but think to herself, "I really want to be with them. I don't care. I want to leave the Phoenix sacred mountain. I want freedom. I also want to follow Luo Tian to the ends of the world. I want to follow him openly." At this moment, she had already made up her mind. She had no idea what the consequences of her decision would be. Ling Zixue shouted from the stands, "Come on, husband! Come on, husband! You're the best!" All the women were crazy about Luo Tian. Every time he moved, every time he punched, there would be screams. The female disciples of the Palace of Cold Blood kept saying to the current palace lord, "Master, you must invite Luo Tian to our palace of cold blood. I like him so much. He's so handsome, so charming." The world of warriors. The strong were respected. The power that Luo Tian exploded out was shocking, and those women who were infatuated with the strong became even more infatuated. At the same time, the madness of these women also attracted the envy and jealousy of countless men, especially one person. One of the 5 disciples of the Abyss Academy, his black robe fluttering, his gloomy expression slightly raised, his eyes locked onto Ling Zixue in the stands, and he coldly shouted, "Bitch, I'm not dead yet, the battle isn't over yet. Wait until I trample Luo Tian under my feet. Wait until you become my woman. I will imprison you and directly make you my slave, trembling under my crotch for the rest of your life." Suddenly, the situation changed. The black-robed man flew into the air. In an instant, a thunderous roar sounded. "Luo Tian, give me your life!" Mo Lingzi was resurrected. The entire audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mo Lingzi, who was flying in the air. Mo Lingzi's voice? Why, isn't he dead? Why is he alive now? Could it be that Luo Tian didn't kill him just now? The Pope raised his eyes and immediately laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha! How could Mo Lingzi die so easily? He is the chosen one of the overlords of the divine realm. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, your time of bad luck has come. Let's see how you can still be arrogant." The Glacier Field King's eyes were bloodshot. The loss of the Glacier Field Giant had caused him to suppress a bellyful of anger. When he saw Mo Lingzi appear again, he immediately stood up and roared, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him ruthlessly!" Ling Zixue's expression immediately changed, and her heart suddenly tightened, worrying for Luo Tian. Huang Fuye and the other 3 were the same. Lu Zhan immediately gave up on the pursuit of the Holy Dragon Knight and stood beside Luo Tian, whispering, "Boss, what's the situation?" Luo Tian secretly frowned and said, "This guy might have a kind of magical power that can resurrect. I don't know what kind of power it is. I didn't completely kill him just now." "Then what should we do next?" Lu Zhan asked. Luo Tian said, "Don't move. Just leave it to me," Luo Tian warned. He was very clear that Fatty Lu wasn't Mo Lingzi's opponent at all. Moreover, the aura released by the current Mo Lingzi was even stronger than the previous Mo Lingzi, and the power of the devil was even more ferocious. Luo Tian could already clearly feel it. At the same time, ding! Target locked! The divine fire's cooldown was over. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back as he looked at the divine fire that was ready to go. Then he looked at the experience slot. "I still need 10,000 experience points to level up. I can just kill anyone," but he was very clear. Mo Lingzi wouldn't give him the chance. "Luo Tian, you think a trash like you can kill me? Die for me. Demonic might, God-slaying release." This time, Mo Lingzi had learned his lesson. He didn't blabber anymore. From his resurrection to flying into the air to releasing his demonic might, it only took a few seconds. Moreover, this time he released his strongest demonic might. He must crush Luo Tian to death. He must take revenge. The fury in his heart had already made him go berserk. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted Luo Tian to die immediately. He wanted everyone around Luo Tian to die. The power of the dark attribute, devil power, crazily crushed down, bringing with it the power of killing gods. It was incomparably arrogant. However, at this moment, Luo Tian also flew out in the air, the corner of his mouth carrying a sneer, and said, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Mo Lingzi, tremble for me." Both fists moved. Kacha kacha! The instant kill fists exploded. God explosion. Buzz. Divine fire, explode for me. It was this flame again. Mo Lingzi's eyes suddenly sank, and his body started to tremble. He was an idiot again. The second chapter was delivered, and the last one was delivered at night. Thank you, Rich. Me. I'm just willful. Another 2,000 renminbi tip. Brother, thank you.